Betul ke bermain hotel asino. Yang dia kujo, yang dia dojo. Apa nak bahasa lagi je, ada na saya. Amobo tei, yang terfiadi. Amobo tei, yang terfiadi. Bila kalau amobo tei ke yang terfiadi. 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 Ada. Amobo tei ke yang terfiadi. Belum berfiadi. Nhau mion. Deux, deux, ta, elle, ata, ade, ladre, eni, ladre. Dah huas no, kalau baik apa? Mana? Orang mana kan bayar? Mau congkul lah.
Vai.
Apa? Mana kita bangun? Lek babi tu. Lek babi kan belum apa. Makan. Ni, ada kau le tanah.
Sisili pete.
Sasili kuma. Sasili ni abang kuma.
Sisili pete pete.
Na safun kuma. Oh, voilà, on a la chose d'abord. A kofi to jabaku. O to kofi o to ge kofi. O krati da te bobo yabo. Asika elema datazo. Hanku, trobola hanku, betibola hanku, molibola hanku, betola hanku. Moyo mi ke. Egbe mi ba gbe ajibo. Ke. Mi da wa sine kojo akubia ebida àwọn asine ni le do ajijege obama tu se
amari la mafia go
oh ma le me
dono kudo jino
be merci yido ba gbeje ye yido solo tunu gati ko ne dagbo jaza mo so mo gbara mi do ho gbeje ike galo mi do so tunu gati ko ne dagbo jaza mo so mo gbara mi do so tunu mi do va gbeje gati ko ne dagbo jaza mo so mo gbara mi do va gbeje mi do so tunu gati ko ne dagbo jaza mo so mo gbara mi do ho gbeje mi do so tunu jiale mi do so tunu mi do ho gbeje
Nana kamaje.
mi do so tunu mi do va gbeje gati ko ne dagbo jaza mo so mi do so tunu mi do ho gbeje gati ko ne dagbo jaza mo so la ke no ti je ma pujue dogloe la ke no ti je ma pujulo dogloe la ke no ti je ma pujulo dogloe la re no ti je ma pujue dogloe la no ti je ma pujulo dogloe la ke no ti je ma pujulo dogloe la re no ti je ma pujulo dogloe la ke no ti je ma pujulo dogloe la ke no ti je ma pujulo dogloe la ke no ti je ma pujulo dogloe la de no ti je ma pujulo dogloe la de no ti je ma pujulo gado naza nyo no gbe amoro ko torulo gado naza nyo no gbe amoro ko torulo gado naza nyo no amoro ko torulo gado naza ko sawa kene ko Usava fianya don coba galo. Usava fianya don coba galo. Usava fianya don coba galo. Salu matala. Usava fianya don coba galo. Alagala matala. Usava fianya don coba galo. 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 Salu matala. Usava fianya don coba galo. Salu matala. Usava fianya don coba galo. 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 Salu matala. Usava fianya don coba galo. Salu matala. Usava fianya don coba galo. 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 Salu matala. Usava fianya don coba galo. Salu matala. Usava fianya don coba galo. Salu matala. Usava fianya don coba galo. 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 Usava fianya don coba galo.
One, another.
Oh, good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are. Thank you very much for joining us. This is once again we have a Revolution Live question and answer section. Thank you very much for joining us, and I'm very grateful to you all joining me. Yes, this is Bokor Christopher Voncujovi. We are a little bit late behind time. I was out from the shrine. I just rushed in to make sure we start, but then I was a little bit late. So please, we'll start right away after I pour libation, and then we go with your question. They say there's no sound. Some people are saying there's no sound. So please check those things. Oh, I go mauga soboli sanadwa go mauga kiti katamedwa go mauga se. Se joto ame joto se na mama se tieno woman na video kono be woman na be na do kono be do kono be woman na be se nye popoli po me yo se da tafia me yo yo she me hamfura she ko se me fura she metin do go ya brax me yo ya ne ko do go ya ta tre to me fi ko wo be sa to ka me yo do go e me yo me no zo je anyi di zo ka ka chika bo ja me ya la fa ba ko ni na ta pe wo to do hono me yo la ke lo go nya yimba ma jo flo la fa ko yimba ma do ri ka nya bi ma te kulo etega oh bayo akai mechi wakai manyo wakai nje wakai mzu wakai trofo wakai manyo wakai mfi wakai manyo atawaka be wakai pali pali ba da dola ko lo ndi fi to so do dio mayo nu da ho babu wakakwa kwa mi zango bien kule be yora da kejo pata jo aku fa ko me vol manyo chi mo vol fu do me mere ko kulo kwa to le fo me jo no he be jo no to ya mo jo to anu kwa pe be ni le pe be to ba jo tu zo ko le bo no to pere ka jo pata me le afi jo ko ba jo ni jo pata be fia jo pata metro me gbe da mo lo afi fa be le die jo pata le na fi mi ajo lo jo pata te fe me yo mi se be bo ji to ta gbe de ti apa pe lu ti zubu lu e ji ma o boju ko do jo to ko me ba le ti pa fa me lo va lo jo na to fu agosa pa te me yo ati gele me yo goro bo me yo ra te Allah afia e me yo I'm a gas singer. Papa said, Sister Together, may your brain go watching the fully come on a cable with the creature who come at the Tọ́yà kọ́ sí pé kúmọ̀ ẹ̀yọ́ ọlọ́run ìyàkọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ kú fún ìkọ̀kùnkèdè tásí ìyàmọ́ sí fún sí ìjà kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ black of lemon and body but tọ́gbẹ́ ìyàmọ́ kúkú fi kùbí amẹ́nsà lórí ẹ̀pẹ̀ ìgbẹ̀pẹ̀ kúmọ̀ náà ọ̀yọ́ mi ọ̀yọ́ kó yín Celestine yàwá kùbí Katrina kùbí ẹ̀fọ́ ìyàn sẹ́nsẹ́ kọ̀dọ̀ fún ìyà ọ̀bẹ́ ìnà kùbí ẹ̀yọ́ mi àpẹtẹ kútó mọ́ nẹ́fà náà ní gbogbo mi àná gbogbo nẹ́fà náà lò ẹ̀yẹ́ mi yọ àwòrán tójí bọ̀kọ́ tójí tọ́gbẹ́ tójí mẹ́yọ kíníkìní ẹ̀sìn pọ̀ ní ìjìdá bàrà sí bàrà náà mẹ́yọ ọ̀yọ́ bọ̀kọ́ àdáfẹ́ so àgbòbí so fáwọn yọ kẹ́kẹ́kẹ́kẹ́kẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ́ mẹ́yọ bọ̀kọ́ afọ́tà wà jọ̀gẹ́ ahadani ekuto me nefana ni gbogbo wore me na gbogbo nefana me yo hunu le vakpo me yo hunu le gbin afega ekuto me nefana ni yo boko anani tretu agbo hunu anani tretu le kaka jitara ekuto me nefana ye me yo boko Abraham jivenu le chame ekuto me nefana ni kaka dagbera oh yana gbogbo nefana ni kule vinyo ni no o buga ke yo tobe kabi zapao yo la fekresia kuto manefana ko to yo abuchi sakra kana chwa ba do ko to koliro ko kuma kwa be to no lecho o franta mani fifu ko sinka ko fito ya ba ko to ko fi atra table be yo dagbe di mi yo mi lo sinedi to neba me we dire mi akware ma obo mo no na godo mo no na la se mo no na ngogbe yibe mo no na mi o fiti bota platform na mi se mo lo dagbe Nicole camera ele non come too much mi tro mara khali nyata tro no ano kwa la camera no come gareto go fi wele no aji kwa la fimitare come and do it in such a way that it is looking at me but it is not directed this thing is not in front of me. Otherwise you will have to reduce the height of the camera and then bring it to where it is too high. This is let it come.
Look.
Atandre baba. Let me have a look. Look at me at our way.
Pabe.
Bene kakabire. The logo, Achene of Energy, that's one thing. Sugar Magic Temple logo is also very important.
Bem.
No, they're too high. I'm going to go down 15 or Okay, now I'm going to start the greetings from Facebook. We have J. Boki, there is no sound, cannot hear anything. Yeah, I think they have corrected that. Then we have Big Sister Ifadara, Grand Blessing, Papa and family from Augusta, Georgia. Thank you very much, Big Sister, and happy birthday to you. You celebrated your birthday yesterday, and I am wishing you a happy birthday. Thank you very much, Big Sister Ifadara. And then I have Angel Isis, and there is no sound. J. Boki, love your video, but there is no sound. Okay? Sound. And then you write. Then you write that because of some of the incantations, that's why we didn't have sound. Then people know. Or you like people just complaining that there's no sound, there's no listening. That's not okay with you people. We have Arise Nigeria saying no volume. Marcus Dollar, where are you temple situated? I would like to come and do research on African Voodooism. Send a letter to us. It's not here that you ask us where we are situated, and then we have we are on the net. We have everything. We have our email and everything. Send a letter to us and a message to us, and not this kind. Write a letter, and then we will answer you properly. Thank you very much. And then we have Shamba Musa Muhammad say, greetings, Papa. You are looking nice. Oh, thank you. I am in solidarity with the Olympics in Japan. Yeah, so that's why I'm wearing the Tokyo 2020. Thank you very much. And then we have Iyamoku Odofemi Orisha Funlayo Ifabukomi. Yes, saying that Alafia, thank you very much, Alafia to you too. And Kofi, the say is Blair. I don't know how you are making. I can't see it well. I don't know what's the cause. Is it this light that is here or whatever? I think when I'm looking at it, it's becoming like double this thing. So change this thing from here. If you are going to bring it this way. Or it can come. Then we have Jay Bukige. Good day, my brother, and many blessings to you and your family and temple. I wish you all the best. I wanted to know if you can tell us about the item in front of you. Like what item? There are so many items here. I don't know what you mean. If you can tell us about the item in front of you. That looks like a book where you pour libations. Can you tell us what is it and its meaning and purpose? Oh, thank you, Jay Boki. Almost everybody who are here on this platform probably know already, but then of course there are new people. This is the magic mirror. The video you were just seeing where I was sitting down with my old man, this was when he was giving me the magic mirror. And it is called Abochi. It is for divination and for other things. Yeah. So that's what it is. I think we are done with that. If you see, this is the problem. When you are putting this in here, the camera is in front of me, how do you people expect me to read it? Are you understanding what I'm saying? Yeah, we have Mario Young saying good evening, Daddy, and the AMT family. Greetings from India. Thank you very much for joining us. And then we have a Kingsley Lawson saying greetings and thank you very much, Kingsley Lawson. Amaga, boy, come. Matala, you know, avoco. You don't come. Joe, then gymnastic work over the few. Do not. So thank you very much, everybody who has joined us this afternoon. We are transmitting from African Magic Temple on the Spinters Road in Accra, Ghana. Thank you very much. And then we have Isaac Nto saying hi, sir. Hello, Isaac, how are you? Thank you very much for joining us. Please send in your questions and I will be here to answer you. Today is a very lovely Sunday in Ghana, very shining day. So please, sunny day, please send in your questions and so that I can be able to answer them for you. We've been very busy this couple of days and we have a lot of work to do again today. So all of you who are new joining us, please tell us what you want to know, and then we will answer them for you. Thank you very much, everybody. Oh, video now. I mean, I got cut sound there awful.
Oh, sao mà chạy nhà đổ qua mà ra luôn. Ê, cứ mà phụ con ra nó đi. Ông sao mà chạy đổ qua mà ra. Lúc quay ta mà nó mong. Trao nó mong mong. Trao nó mong chạy cái là sự. Sonu matala, sonu boli donko, donko kola, abra biladi, abra biladi, abra biladi, abra biladi. Sonu matala, sonu amoy amomo bo. Sonu matala, usao dia donko galo, usao dia donko galo, sonu matala, sonu matala, usao dia donko galo, usao dia donko galo, usao dia donko galo. Usalo tiene don coba galo. Usalo tiene don coba galo. Itu berana bodan le kulo. Itu berana bodan le kulo bodan le kuah. Bodan le kulo bodan le kuah. Itu berana 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 bodan le kulo. Itu berana bodan le kuah. Itu berana bodan le kulo. Itu berana bodan le kulo bodan le kuah. Itu berana bodan le kuah. Bodan le kulo bodan le kuah. Itu berana bodan le kuah. Itu berana bodan le kulo. Itu berana bodan le kuah. Itu berana bodan le kulo. Itu berana bodan le kuah. Bodan le kulo bodan le kuah. Bodan le kulo bodan le kuah. Itu berana bodan le kuah. Itu berana bodan le kuah. Sonu matala, sonu matala, sonu matala, usalo que ya don coba galo, usalo que ya don coba galo, usalo Usalo pianya don cover galo. Gabriel. Usalo pianya don cover galo. Sanu sanu matala. Sanu sanu matala. Usalo pianya don cover galo. 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 E che pucola non è non so piano come da lui quetamo no Sonu matala. Usao piano cover galo. Usao piano cover galo. Sonu matala. Usao piano Sonu matala. Usao piano cover galo. Usao piano cover galo. Usaba piano don cover galo. Usaba piano don cover galo. Usaba piano don cover galo. Ito pera na boda no kulo. Ito pera na boda. Boda no kulo, boda no kuwa. Ito pera na boda no kulo, boda no kuwa. Ito pera na 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 boda no kulo. Ito pera na boda no kuwa. Ito pera na boda no kulo. Ito pera na boda no kuwa. Boda no kulo, boda no kuwa. Ito pera na boda no kuwa. Boda no kulo, boda no kuwa. Ito pera na boda no kuwa. Ito pera na boda no kulo. Ito pera na boda no kuwa. Ito pera na boda no kulo. Ito pera na boda no kuwa. Boda no kulo, boda no kuwa. Boda no kulo, boda no kuwa. Ito pera na boda no kuwa. Ito pera na boda no kuwa. Boda no kulo, boda no kuwa. Mito pera na boda no kulo. Mito pera na boda no kulo. Boda no kulo, boda no kuwa. Boda no kulo, boda no kuwa. Mito pera na boda no kulo. Mito pera na boda no kulo. Mito pera na boda no kuwa. Gado nada. Gado nada nyoro mwe. Ndo kutani gado nada. Gado nada nyoro. Moro kutani lo gado nada. Gado nada nyoro mwe. Moro kutani lo. Gala. Gado nada nyoro. Hete jelo ko. Ko pe mama jidiro. Gado nada. Gado nada nyoro mwe. Miro kutani lo gado nada. Gado nada nyoro mwe. Miro kutani lo gado nada. Gado nada. Miro kutani lo gado nada. Gado nada nyoro mwe. Miro kutani lo gado nada. Miro kutani lo gado nada. Gado nada nyoro mwe. Miro kutani lo gado nada. Gado nada nyoro mwe. Miro kutani lo gado nada. Lake no tije ma fujo e. Lake no tije ma fujo. Lake no tije ma fujo la. Lake no tije ma fujo e. Lake no tije ma fujo. Lake no tije ma fujo. Lade no tiye ma pujoe. Lade no tiye ma pujulo.
Lade no tiye ma pujoe. Lade no tiye ma pujoe.
Lade no tiye ma pujoe. Lade no tiye ma pujulo.
Lade no tiye ma pujoe. Lade no tiye ma pujoe.
Lade no tiye ma pujulo. No sopla. Lade no tiye ma pujulo. Lade no tiye ma pujoe. Lade no tiye ma pujoe. Lade no tiye ma pujulo. 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 Tiye ma pujulo. Lade no tiye ma pujulo. Lade no tiye ma pujulo. Lade no tiye ma pujulo. Usalo Kenya don cover galo. Usalo Kenya don cover da. Solu matala. Solu matala. Usalo Kenya don cover galo. Usalo Kenya don cover galo. Solu matala. Solu matala. Usalo Kenya don cover galo. Usalo Kenya don cover galo. Usalo Kenya don cover da. Usalo Kenya don cover da. Usalo Kenya don cover da. Solu matala. Hala matala. Usalo Kenya don cover galo. Kenya don cover da. Usalo Kenya don cover da.
Obizinkra. Ofrankamani. Obizinkra.
Usalo Kenya don cover da. Usalo Kenya don cover da. Solu matala. Solu matala. Usalo Kenya don cover da. Mokulo humakwe yakisa mado lenye humakumi kuna bocho lanye humakumi kuna gane la jela mokulo humakumi kuna mado lenye humakumi kuna komla lanye humakumi kuna mado lenye humakumi kuna ya lanye humakumi kuna mado lenye humakumi kuna mokulo hukwe mado lenye humakumi kuna mado lanye humakumi kuna mado lanye humakumi kuna mado lanye humakumi kuna mado lanye humakumi kaje bekuya nukenya mikwanga mado lanye humakumi kuna humakulo humakumi kuna mado lanye humakumi kuna yawa lanye humakumi kuna mado lanye humakumi kuna yawa lanye humakumi kuna mado lanye humakumi kuna kopi lanye humakumi.
But Jessica, what is the woman's name? Godfrey. Okay. So before I read the messages that are coming, the greetings and questions that are coming, I want you people to understand that there is this lady, whether it's a lady or man, I don't know, called Jessica Godfrey. And then they always put things on our page so that they can use it to scam you people. They are Nigerians. There's one guy called Dr. Omije, spellcaster, Dr. Omije. He has this team of people, whether it's himself or whoever, to be posting things on our platform by saying they are recommending revolution, but you realize that they are just going to tell a story about somebody's husband running away or somebody's wife running away, and they are spellcaster, and that's what they've been doing. We have reported to Facebook several times, but I think Facebook is benefiting from them, so they don't see anything wrong with it. Please don't fall prey to such scammers. If they were that great and they are that good as they are saying, their page should be having people. They don't need to be advertising on pages that they know are popular, because they are just thieves. Actually, let me say so. They are thieves. People using African traditional spirituality and spirituality in general just to cheat and deceive people. That is not our decision. African magic temples, they have nothing to do with us. We don't want their recommendation, because after all, they are not recommending us, they are just advertising their services. Thank you very much, everybody. So we have here Henry Hansen. Yes, very doc. Greetings, Papa. It's always nice to see you. I hope you and the family are doing good. Hope to see you soon, one of these days. Thank you very much, Henry. We are very grateful. We are always here. Once you are coming, just let me know. I'll be available. And like that, please. And then we have Solomon Boati again. Greetings, Papa, and our wonderful families. You look different today, Papa. Yes, because I am wearing a t-shirt, a round neck t-shirt, in solidarity with the Japanese who are under all circumstances and difficulties and challenges, but they were able to pull out the Olympic Games. So I am wearing the 2020 Japan, is it? Yeah, Japan Olympic team, Tokyo 2020. Yes, so that's it. I'm just supporting their effort. They've done well. It's not everybody who could do that. This Gambaru spirit, or do your best spirit that is in Japan, is one of the greatest things that we all have to adopt. Thank you very much, Solomon. Then we have Isaac into again. Hi, sir. My first time watching, please. My first time watching. Please, are you the great man of sprinters opposite Bogas? Yes, I am. That's where our shrine is. And then we have Shamba Musa Mohammed. I hope to go through this initiation one day. You're sure, Shamba? Yes. We know when you are doing Vodu, you don't stop one place. It is a step by step, and you get there for sure. Thank you very much, Shamba Musa Mohammed. And then we have Oluchi also Wonke, our sister Oluchi also Wonke. Great evening, Papa, with peace and love. Thank you very much, Oluchi. And then we have Sena Voncujovi and Kofi call me. Sena is saying that you should call him. Maybe there's something that is going on. Maybe he wants to put the clubhouse on. So one of you should call him immediately. And then we have Kenneth. Boss HQ, greetings, Papa. Hello, greetings to you, Kenneth. How are you? Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I'm very grateful. Maybe Senna wanted to put this in the clubhouse, because many people on the clubhouse will be watching. Or Jennifer Florence there. Say good afternoon, Papa. Good afternoon, Auntie Florence. How are you? And how is Kofi and your husband? Hope all of you are fine. Thanks a lot. Let's keep our fingers crossed, Auntie Florence, for the work we did and see what will come out of it. Thank you very much. Yes, so is that all that we have on Facebook? Let's look at there's not much on YouTube. So please send in your questions, ask questions, and let me answer. Let not just sit down. You are there, I'm here. Please send in your questions and let me be able to answer. Don't just sit and watch. Ask me questions. This is a question and answer section, please.
For those on Clubhouse, you guys here have any questions, Samuel, or him? Today we're going straight into Ewe Vodu. Have any questions? Guys, welcome. Can't wait to hear Bokor Christopher.
Never don't know that I in day. Never don't know you, but that I in day. Then I naturally feel like quite a cover at Ballet. Never comment. Hello, I feel like no one will obey the moment. Let them know you let that I. If you can be that over, you know, what you do to do. When you like to walk with it, but I'm there.
This week was a very quite busy week. We had so many works of people from across the globe, and we were doing their rituals and doing readings. But there was something very interesting that came up last week, and we were supposed we did the ritual as well, which was something that death was coming closer to our shrine. And the cause of that is our own mistakes and things that we didn't take very seriously. So the oracle asked us to do some ritual very quickly to prevent death coming into the house. So Abladumoni, is he Abladumoni? Yeah. Abladumoni was the oracle that fell, and then when we went into it, it pointed out to some mistakes that my children were doing, so we should correct it quickly. So we did do the correction, but unfortunately for us, the death has already entered into the house. But for now, the death only killed animals, killing all my very important animals. My biggest goat, which is almost about 3 years old, going to 4 years. So one of the such goats, you can't find it anymore. That died yesterday, and another one died, and a few died few days earlier. So it's now my animals are all sick and just dying anyhow. Then we realized that what the Ifa or Afa told us, that death was entering the house, was really real. It was not something we should play with. And me being a priest, the moment I did the reading, immediately I did the sacrifices. Otherwise, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. So those are the things we are going through now at the shrine. And then it also gives me the pleasure that when you are doing reading, you will know what is coming. And then when the things start happening, you will understand. So the kind of anxiety that you have to create that, why is this happening? Why is this happening? After everything, I just felt the spirits. I did a mid-year. I felt almost every spirit. So why this is happening? But it is good that we knew that something of such nature was on the way coming. We tried our best as human beings to prevent. Yes, we did what we could do, and now the animals are the ones dying. Yeah. And we pray that it does not extend to any human being at the shrine. So, Senna, that's what is happening at the shrine at the moment.
Thank you. So, are you saying that the animals, in many ways, are kind of taking the place of the kind of death that are seen? So, animals can basically replace some of the negativity that are coming to us as practitioners.
Yes, I had said this type thing many times ago, that in the Ewe concept of Vodu, it is believed that sometimes animals will take your place, or they will die on your behalf, and they sacrifice themselves on your behalf sometime. And I remember there was a lady who said that one time her car hit some cat on the road. A cat that does not belong to her. She killed the cat, and then she was saying, oh, she heard me saying the animals can take death on behalf of people. And I told her, no, that's not it, because that animal, you were not taking care of it, you were not feeding it, you are not responsible for its welfare. So it doesn't come in that way, because any animal that you kill with your car, you say the animal took death on your behalf. It is not like that. But the animals that you rear at home and you feed them, give them water and take care of their welfare, are the ones that sometime when death is coming, they will take death on your behalf.
So you have to have that personal connection with the individual in order for it to play that sort of...
yeah, because something that you are not taking care of, what is your relationship with it? Whereby you will expect that if it dies, then it's dying on your behalf. It's as simple as that.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
So, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ has no relationship with you. Do you think that your father will take his favorite son and kill for somebody he does not know? Those are stories. Don't put your head on. Those who want to believe them, we had believed them before. Now we are wiser. We don't believe those things. If God loves human beings so much, what is the best thing God could have done? He should kill the Satan if it ever existed. That's the end. If God kills Satan, the problem is over, isn't it? Why should he kill his beloved son instead of killing Satan? I mean, think about it in your wildest dreams and imagine that they say there's a dog in a house that is going to bite people. And you start killing your children instead of killing the dog. Does that make sense? Huh? Because if your dogs will come and bite your children and you want to protect your children, who do you kill first? You have to kill the dog, not your children. Because after all, you say you want to protect your children, so why kill them? So those are stories. So forget about those stories. They are old as they are. We have gone over that. The common sense will tell you that that thing is not real. Why should I kill my son for somebody I don't know? So animals who die on behalf of their owners are animals that are related to their owners, not animals that you don't know, you have nothing to do with, will go and die for you. Why should the animal die for you? What have you done for the animal for it to die for you? Marina, where you are going is not just go on to the what you people are doing is totally different thing. Go into the notification of revolution, it will appear there. That is it. Where is the discard? Go down. So long as it's a recommendation, you will see some name that relates to that recommendation. Then you delete it. Or Senna can also do it. Senna, can you hear me?
Yes, Papa, I can hear you.
There is this person coming from this Dr. Omije spellcaster again, posting something on our live this thing here. So go into the revolution this thing and it's a recommendation, and then they start to advertise their scamming these messages again. So please look for it. The children are on the this thing, they are not finding it here. So you just delete it and block that person from ever posting on our this. I mean, because the Dr. Omije or spellcaster, he has to use so many different names to be doing that. Oh, check that thing. Check that thing. Check that one up. Yes. You will see that it's the same. You see? Go to find support for this post. Yeah. Put in harassment. Then start from the bottom. Report. Submit. Then hide. Then block. That's how you do it. It's the same guy who is doing all that. If they are that good, why do they have to be advertising on people's platform? And just tips. Okay, bring this thing back to Facebook for me, and let's see whether we have some questions here. I think there are not many people on the platform today, and it's now almost 3 p.m. What's the time? 2:42. Yeah, so we don't have too many people asking questions today, so it's boring. We have Kukubo, God knows. Good evening, Toby. What can be done for someone who drinks alcohol, drinks without stopping? I salute you to great work, for the great work you are doing for our tradition. Okay, thank you very much, God knows. Yes, there are herbal medicines for people who are addicted to alcohol. The medicine is prepared and given to them in alcohol form, and when they drink it to some point, it's a herbal medicine, they drink it to some point, they will stop drinking, they will not want to drink again. We have tested and proven it many, many times. We have that, but then we need to know the person's, how strong the person is. I'm not talking spiritually strong, but physically, and whether it's a weak person, then we will know how to recommend when you are preparing the medicine, so that the medicine will not be too strong to, instead of trying to keep him alive, the medicine will rather kick him out. So we need to know the person, how the structure of the person is, then we can prepare accordingly. It's a herbal medicine. Thank you very much. Then we have a tea cobbler. Toby, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Ati Cobbler. Thank you very much.
Since we have very few questions, do we have more questions? If not, I have a few questions or discussions that we can move into.
Yeah, you can. We don't have too many questions here on Facebook, or neither do we have it on YouTube. I don't know, maybe many people have not joined today, so the few people who joined too, not many people are asking questions. So,
no problem. I think since we are recording it, some people are unable to make it time, but it's always live, it's recorded, so even after the discussion, you'll be able to hear and reread. But I have a few questions about certain things that we've been discussing, I guess just privately or here in the house, about the difference between African spirituality and then African religion, because you make a very clear distinction, and even among practices that you've seen in Ifa and things like that, in your view, you've seen that people are practicing religion as opposed to spirituality, and I wanted to ask you to expand on that a little bit, to enlighten us on the difference.
Okay, so the topic is African spirituality against African religion.
Yeah.
If I am clear. No, in most parts of Africa, if not all, African does not have a religion. We have spirituality. The reason why I say that Africa doesn't have a religion is that who would we say is the founder of Vodu? In Vodu, there is nobody called a founder. People have got Vodus that nobody even knows about. I have been saying this all the time. And there is nobody like this person is the originator of Vodu and it's the one we are following. Unlike in Ifa practices, which is more a religion, because they have that hierarchy of Oduduwa and Olumila, who they believe that were the people who actually brought the Ifa tradition to earth. So in their case, you see that people will be initiated or be elevated to a status that become like that of a king, or a status of somebody who is like a higher person, and other people begin to look at that person, and that person has authority on the subject. I've been seeing some on Facebook where certain people would be challenging others that this person is not qualified to be this because is it Oba or something of Ife is this, and that person has to do this, and all kind of things. That is more of a religion than spirituality. So Africa in general doesn't have a religion, but then some of our practices may look like religious, but in reality we are not paying any homage to any particular god or any particular individual who had lived here before and left and became God, and that's what we follow. Unlike in the religious, where in Christianity you have Jesus Christ, in Buddhism you have Buddha, in Baha'i faith you have Baha'u'llah, you have Baha'u'llah in that one, and then you go into Sikhism, where you have Guru Nanak as the person, the main person. Islam is having Muhammad. But then in Vodu or African traditional spirituality in its real form, there is nothing like that whereby the human face is attached to the practice. So where no human face is attached to your practices, it becomes more spiritual because it's between you and the gods, or you and the God. There is not much intermediary between you and your God. But in religion, there is always intermediary, where you human being who had passed on this earth before becomes the face of the God you have to worship. And even now, to the point that in Christianity and also in Islam of today, certain people have been elevated to the level of God, whereby the followers of Christianity begin to worship their pastors, bishops, and they put their photographs on their cars, stickers in their rooms, thinking that that person in particular is the one going to come and protect them, instead of them concentrating on God and the spirit world straight away. They are looking at those human beings and they begin to worship those human beings. That's what religion does. And in Islam also, they have so many of these prophets who had done certain things, apart from the holy prophet Muhammad, as he is called, may peace be upon him. Apart from him, there are so many other leaders that came out in the listen, like in Iraq now, we are having the Muqtada al-Sadr, who a lot of Iraqis are paying homage to, and once he says one thing, everybody follows him and people pay homage to him. All these things are called religious things. So spirituality does not have an intermediary between you and the God. You and your God is you don't have to pray through some human being before getting to the spirit world. So this is the difference between Africa and African spirituality and religion as a general. So I hope it makes some sense. If there's not some point that is not very clear, you can again ask me and I will go on to elaborate again.
So, Papa, then do you think that for some of our newcomers that are coming into these traditions from the diaspora, looking at it and Vodu or something or Afa as a religion is a problem, is a good thing or is a bad thing, or it depends on the person, in your opinion?
It is a problem. It is total for me. It's a problem because most of the people coming into African traditional spirituality had an idea that it's another religion, the religion of black people. So I want to join the religion of black people. You see people get initiated and change their names to African names and all this in order to feel that they belong to that religion. And in reality, people have been calling it ATR, African Traditional Religion. There's no religion in Africa. Who is our God? Which particular prophet are we paying homage to? So there is nothing called religion in Africa apart from the Ifa that I had already spoken about. Ifa can be likened to religion in one way, and also another way, a spirituality. But it is also have these religious connotations and religious things that is done. But then in Vodu, we don't have those things. Each individual shrine has their own rituals to do, connecting to the divinities and the deities that they work with. Those deities in a particular shrine may not be known to any other shrine or may have some relationship with some shrine, but in generally, then it is the Bokor or the Huno or the priest of each shrine is the one who decide when to celebrate for the Vodus. Unlike in religion, it's a worldwide thing where if it is being celebrated in Saudi Arabia, then it must be celebrated in Ghana and in my small village Hawaii as well. But then when we look deep into religion, we see so many flaws. And so people coming from the diaspora and looking at I cannot blame them because most of them are coming from that religious base, religious background where they are only looking for another religion just because they are unsatisfied with the white man's religion and they want to break away from the white man. That's why some people are joining and they think that African traditional spirituality is a religion. But for sure, I know Vodu is not a religion but a way of life because there is no structure whereby these angels come before these angels or that angels. Because I remember our brother for Martin Kobler had asked a question 2 weeks ago that he wants to know the structure of the divinities, how they come in Vodu. And I said there's nothing like that because I don't worship that Vodu. I don't worship so many of those things that people know. But that doesn't mean I don't have Vodus working with me. So that kind of, is it pantheon, you call it, a structure, we don't have it in Vodu. They may be in Ifa, and people who are coming from religious backgrounds joining these things, have a little bit of problem to really understand that African traditional spirituality is not a religion at all. It's a problem. They need to overcome that and look at it in its total form as a way of life. Whatever they do in their daily life should reflect the practice. It is not just by dressing up in white and putting a white gear and putting beads on your necks and dancing, having Yoruba name that makes you a spiritualist. Spirituality is deeper than just wearing clothes or having names. Okay, Senna, so that's it for now. If you have something to add to it or ask me more, sure.
And thank you very much, Bokor. I think I totally agree with you. There's a lot of people trying to classify the divine or the spiritual world, which is by definition unknown and very mysterious. And we can try our best to create frameworks of understanding, but we can never really know them in its totality. And the spirits, as you always teach us, there are billions of spirits in the world that are just there. Sometimes only one person may have that spirit. So within that framework, where would that spirit be? And the way to communicate with it might be very, very different from what you have learned. So I think this pragmatic approach and this individual approach to the divine is something that I also appreciate, and I think that has been one of the principles of your teachings, the individual as opposed to the group approach towards the divine, which we go towards the religious approach.
Thank you very much, Senna. So I'm going on to Facebook now. I have a question from Atikobla, from Kukubo, God knows it. After helping the drunkard to stop drinking, can the person be allowed to take some thoughts, and what will be the effect? That you don't need to tell the person to take thought or not. The person himself or herself will stop drinking. So it's not your problem again whether he's going to have a thought. It's not like a medicine that is given to you when you say, okay, now today I feel like drinking, I should drink. The thing, if it works on the person will not have the desire to drink alcohol. Even when he or she smells the alcohol, will just vomit. So whether the person is allowed to take thought or not does not arise at all. Knowledge is power. I love our African powers, but they don't work for me. I don't know why. That's what you have to find out, Ati. If you love African powers but they don't work for you, there's something wrong with you, or you are not taking the correct way. It could be only two ways. There's something wrong with, if you like African spirituality but it doesn't work for you, then there must be something that is wrong with you yourself, or you are not getting the real teachings. And then we have Laxley Sussex saying, "Good day, Papa. Please, there are solutions for please, is there a solution for someone who is always afraid? Even while driving, he is afraid. When you shout near him, his heart always fear. I don't know how to explain it, but like the person here always shake for every little thing." Yeah, that is a fear, the spirit of fear in such a person, and also it's also a symptom of not having self-confidence. A person who is always afraid means he does not have self-confidence. One, you have to look back at the person's psychological makeup, how was the person brought up, which parents or people. In this kind of place, I can think that person probably was not raised by his parents, his own direct biological parents, either raised by other people who was like foster parents, where he was always shouted at, or he or she was always shouted at, and that has built his psychological base where every little thing is afraid that if he or she should make a mistake, is going to be punished or be shouted at. So that way, before you even start to think about treating that person, you must understand where that person is coming from. You don't just say, oh, because he's a human being and he's always afraid or she's always afraid, so get this power and then you will not be afraid. You must work on the person's psyche first, and on the person's mind first, the psychological mind first, before doing any spiritual thing for such a person. So lastly, success. That is my answer to your question. Then we have Jemfi Florence. Papa, I have Tamiewu in my house. What should I do for it to protect me? Because I have heard it can protect in so many ways. Yes, that's Tamiewu. I think that Tamiewu is the we call it what do we call it in Ewe? Afla toga or woke as it's called in Ewe. People call it Tamiewu in Akan. By itself, it's not just protective. There must be a way to plant it. If you plant it in certain ways, with certain things, then you have made it into a power base whereby it can protect you. But other than that, I think the only thing you can do with it is that every morning go to it and then wash your face on it, or give it water and then make a wish and see how it's responding to your wishes. That will let you know how to deal with it, because I know when you want to plant certain plants, everybody say, oh, when you have this plant it protects, but people who make them to work for them, they plant them in certain ways with certain other herbs that will be in the base before it's being planted. Then you have embodied it into a spirit form whereby it can now act as a spirit. Because as I had said in my the last teachings 2 weeks ago, that the herbs are God. That's what Ewe say. It is the herbs that make God, or Amma is what makes Vodu. So all the herbs that it is a combination. When you know the combination of herbs and you put them together, then that will create a base for spirit to be able to come into it and associate with you through that. Just like the telephone and the SIM card. So that's what it is like. So by just having the Tamiewu in the house, I think you should be praying to pouring water on it, but don't give it alcohol. Don't go and pour alcohol on it, because you need to really put it well before making it into a receiving point of spirits. Yeah. Thank you very much, Auntie Janfil Flores. Then we have Taven. What is it? Tavengwa Dakwa. Tavengwa Dakwa, saying good afternoon all. Good afternoon to you, Dakwa. And then we have Lucky Says, a good day, Papa. Is there a solution for someone who is always afraid? Okay, that's the same question we just answered. Yes, that's what I'm saying. If the person is always afraid, you must know the person's psychological background first, where he or she was raised from. And if he was raised from his own biological parents, then the biological parents never really showed love to that child by building him up. So whichever way, you need to know the background of the person before you can even help the person. Thank you very much. Lastly, success. Yes, then I think we have our for Martin Kobler down there. Is it? Yeah, okay, so we have for Martin Kobler here. Good day, my lovely brother. Contributing to Sena. Religion is defined as the belief in worship of superhuman controlling power, especially a personal God or gods. Okay, thank you very much for Martin. Yeah, so I mean that religion is it's a clever way of I think is the Chinese or somebody made that a statement that the religion is when the first con artists made the first food. Yeah, so that they created that system for you because they were smarter and then you were foolish. So we have Pleroma GH. Good day, Papa. Please, I work very hard. I have printing shop and I get jobs, but still I always run around debts and can't save money. Yeah, Pleroma, you need to do a reading to find out what is the cost of that. Why you work hard and money comes into your hand but you don't save money. So you must find out what is the cost through reading and consultation, and that should be able to give you answer. And when you follow the directions that the oracle will give you, I believe strongly you will find solution to your problem. Thank you very much, Plaroma GH. And then we have a cuckoo ball. God knows again. Toby, is there any simple remedy for people who suffer from halitosis? That is, if the person sneezes, the breath smells bad. First, you have to. I've never heard this word before. Halitosis. Anyway, we are learning every day. I don't know whether there is this, because sometimes people's head inside is smelling, and that's why their breath is smelling. So it could be something that is happening in the person's head. I don't know whether you have ever heard that sometimes people can even, worms can even come through a human being's nose when they sneeze. So then maybe either the worms are in the head somewhere and then it is rotting. So first you have to go to the hospital and let them do a scan to find out what is exactly is inside the person's head. And then if it is they are not finding solution, you can try some herbal things whereby they either it may be in the form of drinking, or they will have to squeeze it into the nose so that it enters the head. But then you need to do consultation, to sit down with someone who knows what to do. There's Dr. Cosmos Labi. He's very much into herbalism and he is a very good one. I work with him sometimes, so you can check his page and then give that question to him to see. But I don't know whether there is any spiritual solution to such yet. But I believe strongly there must be a herbal solution to that. It is not everything that is spiritual. Sometimes certain things are physical and you must treat them as such. Okay, let's go up. We are done with the Pleroma GH is asking for our location. Please call the numbers that are on the screen so that they can book an appointment for you. We don't just accept people just walking into our shrine without making an appointment. So call and book an appointment before you come. You can't just walk in anytime, anyhow. Thank you. And then we have Faze Jigbeza Sesoka. Greetings, Papa Bokor. Enuledo na Faze Jigbeza Sesoka Enuledo. America Medena Enuledo. In every when you say Bokor Enuledo, then the Bokor will reply that one person does not respect the each and every Bokor should respect one another. So Enuledo for you too. And then greetings at the Magic Temple. I hope you are all well. Thank you for all you do. Thank you very much, Faze Jigbeza Sesoka. We are very grateful and we thank you for joining us this afternoon. This question and answer section. Thank you very much. We have Juliet A. Good afternoon, Bokor and AMT. Hello, Juliet A. Thank you very much for joining us in this section. We are very grateful. Hope you are doing well. Thank you very much. something with the question. Okay. Okay. We have Danny Saint Malo. Hello, Papa. What is the Sobo part of the name Mau Sobo Lisa? Is Sobo a separate spirit? No, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. God is always called Sobo Lisa in Ewe. There are 3 in one God in the Ewe Vodu. Sobo Lisa, Mau, it's usually called Mauga Sobo Lisa, Mauga Kitikata, Mauga Esse. These are the 3 in one. So what the Sobo means, I don't know whether the Sobo Lisa is different from Lisa alone or from Sobo. That is how it is called. It's just like you are asking me that what is the difference between Jehovah, if the year is different from Jehovah. I don't know. So Sobo Lisa is just one name as I know. So whether the Sobo is something different, I cannot tell. I have not yet studied that. There is possibility that it is different, but I know that there is in Ewe cosmology, Sobo Lisa is one name, and then Kitikata is another name, and then Esse is also another name. There are 3 in one, the Trinity of the Ewe cosmology. So I don't know whether the Sobo is different, but definitely there must be some meaning to the Sobo, because the word so, as in Ewe, has to do with thunder. So Sobo may have some relationship with thunder. So maybe.
Yes, I read somewhere this week that the Sobo. I read something on 4 Vodu practices, and they were referencing that Sobo was referencing the thunder deity.
Okay, so
that's the event, which makes sense, I guess.
Okay, so as Senna was also saying, is that the Sobo may be related to thunder, because the word so, as in Ewe, means thunder. Then the Sobo Lisa, or Sobo as one word, and the Lisa, as we know, it is something that is changing, like the chameleon. Chameleon is what the Ewes call Lisa or Licha. It depends on which Ewe dialect we are speaking. Some people may call it Lisa, some people will call it Licha. So Sobo Licha, as Seda said, he read from some form a text which means that it's related to thunder. Then it is the god of thunder that is always changing, something like that. Maybe that's what it means. But I personally haven't read anything yet, and I have not learned. I've never thought about breaking it down to find out what Sobo Lisa means, whether the Sobo is totally different from the Lisa. But maybe I will come across it one day. Once that these questions are being raised, I will also start to ask elders what is the difference between Sobo and Lisa, or why should the word come Sobo and then Lisa added to it, whether the Sobo part is totally different from the Lisa part. So thank you very much, Danny Saint Malo. We are very grateful. And then we have Kukubo, God knows. Tommy, why is it that our old people tell the young ones not to go out in the night, and why? God knows. He said, why do your old people tell you not to go out in the night? What are you going to do in the night? You also have to understand that the Ewe setup of our communities in the past, in the olden days, was in villages. And in villages, usually are surrounded by forests, where in this forest they have wild animals. There are snakes, there are pythons, there are tigers, and anything wild animal. So you going out in the night, there is a possibility that you may be attacked by any of these wild animals. The second thing is also that we Ewes believe that spirits are just real like human beings, and they live among us. But sometimes they prefer to be in a quiet place, and also they don't work very much. They are not very actively in the daytime when human activities are taking place. So spirits may decide to go out when human activities are less, So you are advised that don't go out into the night, whereby, unfortunately for you, you may come across a spirit that doesn't want to see you, because the spirit does not expect you to be at that time, around that time. So you are advised not to be going out at night for your own protection and welfare. Thank you, Kukubo. God knows. We have Abulai Mohammed watching you live from Accra. I'm not here. Thank you very much, Abulai, for joining us. And Toby, I need your help I need your help. I'm 45 years, but nothing good is going on with me. Okay, Abulai, you see, as I always said, if you are in your life and things are happening to you or happening in your life and you don't do a reading, there's no way you can know what is going on. Even a very experienced spiritualist cannot just see you up front and begin to tell you that this is wrong with you, that is wrong with you, unless he does a certain kind of consultation. And then with that consultation, it will show what exactly is going on in your life, and also how to solve the problem will also be told to the spiritualist to advise you. So by just looking at you and hearing your name, I won't be able to know what is going on in your life. There are many different types of diviners or people who are seers. I will advise you to see a seer or a diviner, a Bokor or a Huna, who you think that is good, to look into your life and through consulting spirits to tell you what exactly is going on in your life, so that you can find solutions to them. That's the best thing I can say, because people say life begins at 40. So now if you are 45 years, that means you are only 5 years old. So try your best to get someone who can give you guidance on what to do and how to solve the problems that you are facing through divination. Thank you very much, Abulai Mohammed. I'm very grateful. And then we have Henry Hansen again. Papa, what is the best medicine for hemorrhoids? We have are you talking about cocoa? Are you talking about, okay, there's another name. Piles, yes, that's piles. If you are talking about piles, either in the eye, in the mouth, in the head where it itches you in the head, and in the ears, and sometimes your throat, we have some herbal black powders that we prepare, and even when it comes in a person's anal part, also there is a herbal preparation that when we prepare it for you and you start using it, you may either be eating it in your food, dropping it into your food to eat, and it will definitely bring some relief to you. There are things that we also teach, but I don't teach these things on the platform, or I don't teach them online. I want to know the person who is suffering, and I want to hear the person's story, how long that has been with the person and all this thing, before I will give advice and tell you what things to do. The reason that I cannot put this online is that there are so many people out there only looking for opportunity and call themselves spiritualists without really working for it. They are also online watching us, just like that Dr. Omije spellcaster is always doing to us by stealing or always jumping into our platform to advertise his fake business. Such kind of person gets information from you tomorrow. He is not a spiritualist, yet still he's calling himself a spiritualist. He would have taken that and been benefiting from it without really working for it. So I don't teach my medicines online. If you want to learn, or you want to know, or you want to get used of the medicines or herbal medicines that I have, you must contact me personally, and I will call you, show you where I am, We will sit down tete-a-tete and discuss, and I will know what advice to give you. Thank you very much, Dr. Henry Hansen. Thank you, Henry. And then we have a Kukuba, God knows again. Togby, is it good to greet people in that? Is it good to greet people in that? If yes or no, why? I don't understand. I cannot understand your question, so you better come again. I don't know. Togby, is it good to greet people in that? If yes or no, why? I don't know. The question doesn't make sense to me. And then God Kukubo again. Okay, we are going to Patricia Amor. Wow, Papa, you're looking a fly in your top. Yes, I am in the Olympics. I'm supposed to be at the Olympics last year, but then COVID-19, coronavirus has stopped me from flying to Japan, and this time it is not easy. Even if I had wanted to go, I may have to stay in quarantine for 2 weeks. By that time, I think the games are almost over, so I didn't go. So I'm dressing up, and my son Pele and Senna, when they were coming back from Japan, they brought this 2020 Olympics, Japan Olympics t-shirt to me. So today I feel it's a good day to wear it because the Olympics has finally started in Japan. Thank you very much, Patricia. Yes. And then somebody, there is a scammer with the name Jessica Godfrey, giving Foxy Coffee, Playmania. Toby, good afternoon. Toby, good afternoon. I know you can surely help me. I just need time. Who was replying? Is he replying?
Yes.
Foxy Coffee de Mania. Toby, good afternoon. I know you can surely help me. I just need time to come and look at you, all my problems before you. I hope I will get a solution to all my problems. Foxy Coffee de Mania, are you replying to that Jessica thing, or you are just asking a question of your own? Because the listening up there say you are replying to Revolution's this thing. Whichever way, I am not God, I am not a spirit, I'm just a human being. When you come to me, the process through which I will be able to know, to let you know what is going wrong with your life is by doing a divination or a reading. And when the reading is done, I believe strongly the Vodus that I work with will be able to give you direction, to give all of us direction, how to take care of whatever problem you are having challenges with. Thank you very much. And then we have Oluchi Osowonke again. Papa, you are looking great with this top. Oh, thank you very much. Does it look that wonderful? I don't know. I'm just wearing it and enjoying it. I didn't know that it's really looking. Then the Japanese have done a great job. Thank you very much, big sister Oluchi also. Okay, thank you. And then we have to call Maunya, God knows. Toby, is it good to greet people in the night? If yes, of course, people greet people at night. When you see somebody at night, don't you greet them? Will you just walk them by? I don't know anything, but I am not walking around greeting people at night. But if I meet people I know at night, I greet them. Thank you. And then we go again. Toby, is it good to greet? Okay, it's the same thing. So that's all for Facebook for now. And we still don't have much on. Okay, we have a question on YouTube from Juliet A. Good afternoon, Bokor and AMT. Then the second one is is there meaning to certain animals or insects appearing? For example, large flies suddenly appearing in a very clean bedroom. Yes, sometimes we have some meaning to them. When you have large house flies appearing in your either your office near to you, or in your bedroom, or even in your kitchen, and when there is no garbage bin closer by to where you are. In every Voodoo tradition, it is said that the spirit of Ade, the hunter spirit, the one that the Yorubas call Ochosi, the spirit of the hunter, is looking for food, or is visiting you to alert you that you should feed it. But for you to be able to do that, it is advisable that you do a reading first to ascertain the reality and the fact. But in general, those people who don't do reading in our areas, who are just doing voodoo without getting deep into fact, may just go straight to feeding of Ade. But that's there. They had had so many similar instances, and they had known that when those large flies, we call them Ade Tagbachu in Ewe, Ade Tagbachu, which means the house fly that follows the hunters. Because when the hunters go into the bush and they kill a game, they need to dissect it and pack it. And when they are doing it, these big house flies usually come, and they also enjoy their part of the game. So when these flies start to come to your homes and to your offices and places that you don't expect them to be, we in Ewe culture and Voodoo culture believe that the hunter spirit is now coming towards you and asking you to feed them. Thank you very much, Juliet A. Thank you very much. And then we have Faze Jigbezan Sesoka. Yes, that Jesse is nice looking, good Papa. Thank you very much, Faze Jigbezan Sesoka. Very grateful. So I'm now an athlete today. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
That's the question. Those are the questions.
Okay, those are the questions that we have so far. And those of you on Clubhouse, if you have any question to ask me, please do ask me now, so that I can share it with the people on Facebook as well as people on YouTube. Thank you very much.
I have a question, Baba.
Yeah, may I know who is speaking, please?
It's Fashegu from Clubhouse.
Fashegu from Clubhouse. Thank you very much, Fashegu. Welcome to African Magic Temple and Revolution Facebook live streaming question and answer section. Okay, Fashegu, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Baba. So I wanted to ask who are the people that participated in creating and sustaining life on Earth, and also do those who have divination systems, like how our Father has divination. Thank you.
Can I get your question clear again once more?
So I'm asking, who are the Voodoo that participated in creating life and sustaining life on Earth, and also do those class of Voodoo have divination, like how our Father has divination?
Okay, in Voodoo, I don't think that I have studied anything that these particular Voodoos are the ones who created life and are sustaining life and anything, apart from the fact that in Ewe we believe that the Mauga Sobolisa, Mauga Kitikata, Mauga Ese are the creators of this universe and humanity. So being Voodoo, there is no divination system for them. But the spirits, the other spirits, or the what do you call it? The spirits that we have, or the Voodoos that individuals have, are the ones that will tell you how to work with Mauga Sobolisa, or how to work with Mauga Ese and Kitikata to get your individual life in place. So unlike the Yoruba system of Ifa, where they say somebody is sustaining life or sustaining the earth, as in religion and other things, the Ewe system is Mauga Sobolisa, Mauga Kitikata, and Mauga Ese. As we had said, Mauga Ese is known to be an individual creator of human destinies, or the one that creates each human being accordingly. But that's why two different people do not have the same destiny. So these three trinity in Ewe cosmology are the ones that we believe that are controlling the universe, or the creators of the universe and are controlling the universe. But the system of saying that whether you have to define to find out how they are controlling or keeping the life or sustaining life is not there. They don't have any divination system. As far as I am aware, there is no special divination system like us in Ifa or Afa. But the Ewes have learned Ifa and converted it into what we, the Ewes, call Fa, and then we have used our own Ewe ways and spirituality from Vodu attached to the Afa, whereby Afa becomes a tool of divination for any Vodu, whether for the Mauga Sobolisa. No, I have never heard anybody asking any question to Mauga Sobolisa before, and I have never heard anybody asking any question to Mauga Kitikata. The only person, or the only Vodu, or the only one in the trio or in the Trinity that someone may ask question is your Ese, because the Ese, or the God of Destiny, usually is represented on earth either in the Afa, or is also set up in a plate, as we call the Ese Lide Akbami, setting up Ese in a plate. So that one you can question or ask questions and then divine to find out what is going on in your life. But generally, Sobolisa and Kitikata, I have never even heard anybody asking questions or doing any divination to find out what Sobolisa is trying to do. When you are confronted with situations, you only go straight to Fa as the tool of divination, not as a tool, not as a god or anything, but one that can see into God and tell you what to do. That's the way the Ewes use Fa, to look into their Vodus and to look into things that they are, the spirits and the Vodus that they are working with. Because once God, the Creator, had created the world, they have created so many millions and other spirits, and the ones that you are dealing with are the ones that can tell you whatever is happening in your life, because they are the ones that you are dealing with. So your Afa oracle should be able to tell you, or ask your Vodus or the spirits that you work with to tell you what is happening in your life, and then you also how to address such a situation. But generally, it is not like an Ifa system where they say these gods are sustaining the universe or those ones are maintaining. No, we don't have that in the Vodu that I practice.
Thank you, Baba.
Thank you too. Any more questions from Clubhouse?
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to know, how do you know when the spirit that you have asked something from them is working for you?
Okay. When you, the spirit that you are working with, you must know the spirit first. You don't just work with a spirit that you don't know. First, you must understand what is the makeup of the spirit and what kind of spirit that spirit is. If it is a spirit from it's a water sphere spirit, the earth sphere spirit, from the sun sphere, if it's an aerial spirit, all these things you must know what that spirit is. And when you are initiated into that particular spirit or Vodu, as Ewes may call it, if you are initiated into a Vodu, the Vodu should be able to let you know that it is a real Vodu from the very day you are initiated into it. It is not something you have to wait for years or days to be able to experience or experiment it. If the Vodu is real, the day that initiating you. That's the day that the Voodoo will dawn its powers or its vibration on you so that you can begin to communicate with it. So by knowing the Voodoo you are dealing with, when you ask questions, the Voodoo, as long as the Voodoo is a real Voodoo and it's an active Voodoo, it should be able to tell you what you should do or what you should know and what you shouldn't know or what you shouldn't do. Voodoos are not like, what would I say? They are not like a church or something that they just give you and you cannot feel its vibration. You were supposed to feel their vibration if they are real. Any Voodoo that you have been initiated into and you don't feel anything about it, sometimes I will advise that you just forget it because it's not working. So when your Voodoo is real and it's working with you, you will know when it's answering you whether the answers are real or the answers are not real.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you too. And then, yes, go ahead. Who is this, please?
This is Samuel.
Samuel, yes, how are you today?
Good. My question is, you said if you're getting initiated into a group, you should feel it. Is it possible, maybe the spirit is not moving, but maybe another kind of spirit, is it possible for you to get initiated and not feel anything and still be initiated into something?
Yeah, you can be initiated into 1,000,001 Voodoos. It does not stop you from anything. Because there are billions of Voodoos out there in space and around us that are also needing people to contact with. So any of them that you can get in touch with or can be initiated into, you should. Don't limit yourself to only few. Unless, of course, the Voodoo that someone may be initiating you into, after knowing what the Voodoo is like and you don't like it, then on that basis, don't be initiated into a Voodoo that you don't like or you think that you cannot handle or you think that you cannot work with. Don't just swallow anything just because they call it initiation. First, you must ask people who have been initiated into it before, and also ask your teacher, if I am initiated into this Voodoo, what are the things and the prospects and the benefits that will come to me? And then if your teacher is able to demonstrate and explain to you, to your proper, somebody say no sound, somebody say no sound, say Ram. Someone is saying no sound, I don't know how come there's no sound, but then get the sound fixed and let's see. So if your teacher or your master or Bokor Huno, as it is called in Ewe, explains to you what that Voodoo's prospects and how it can help your life is, and you are interested in it, and your teacher was able to or is able to demonstrate it to you, you should get initiated into it. You cannot say because you have been initiated into this Voodoo, so I don't want to be initiated into that other one. No, knowledge is very, very unlimited. Knowledge is universal, and you cannot learn from one source and think that you know it all. So that's this summary. Thank you very much. I hope my answer made some sense.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you very much. Okay, let me take one question from Facebook, from Florence Gemfi. Auntie Florence was asking, Papa, please, my elder son is very afraid of cat. Does it mean something? Because he said if he sees a cat, he feels something in his body. Generally, people are allergic. Maybe it could be an allergy, could be anything. So it is not everything that is spiritual. But sometimes people get frightened with things, not necessarily because of spirituality, but their makeup, their inner self is not happy with it. Probably in their past life they had some experience, or there is something that is hidden that is not known. So if your elder son is afraid of cat, then I think the therapists and other people can try to help in that, or psychologists in the hospital should be able to tell and how to handle that. But it's not everything that is spiritual, but it could also be a spiritual thing. And if it is a spiritual thing, then the only way to find out whether it is spiritual or not is to do a reading. Why he is always afraid of cats. And then we have a Kukubo, God knows at the top. If someone mistakenly steps on legba, will the person be hurt and can be done to prevent the curse? There is no mistake. If you step on legba, how big is the legba before you are stepping on it? If the legba is usually up, so how come you step on the legba? If you do it intentionally, stepping on legba intentionally, then you know that you have something in your head that is not correct. So legba also will notice that you have something against it, and it will punish you dearly. Because legba is not something just on the floor, you can easily step on it unknowingly. But unless, of course, I don't know what kind of legba you have that will be there and you mistakenly will step on it. So, Kukubo, if legba, anyway, the legba that I have and the ones that I have seen, they are big. At least they are a little bit above the surface of the floor. So how come you step on it? What were you doing before you step on it without seeing such a big thing? If you do it intentionally, legba will punish you dearly or severely. Yes, it will punish you severely. So we have Baba Craig here saying, Baba Edward Craig saying, Ella Chelo, thank you, Toby, thank you very much. There is a Adikiso Aziza Michael saying no sound. So what is happening? No sound, and you people say the sound is okay, and some people say the sound is not okay. What is going on? Please, technical crew.
He is the only person experiencing that the sound is okay.
He's Adikiso Aziza Michael. I think other people are hearing, and maybe it's only you. So try to check your internet connection and as well as your sound sources. Here, I think most people are hearing. It's only you who is not hearing. Thank you very much, Adi Kisao. Yes. So, okay, I can take any question from Clubhouse now. Thank you very much.
Hello, Bokor Christopher.
Yes, sir.
I was curious to know if anyone knew the meaning of the word legba or the name.
Okay, the Eves use the word legba very commonly, but then I think the legba also originated from the Yoruba elegbara. I don't know whether you have an understanding of that word. It's a Yoruba word, elegbara. Something to do with Agbara. Do you understand Agbara in Yoruba?
No, I'm sorry, I'm Asian.
Okay, Agbara in Yoruba means something like health or strength. So Elegbara, as it is called in some Yoruba language, may be the one that gives protection and gives health. Maybe that's what it is. But then in the Ewe concept is always called legba, which in the Spanish-speaking people say legua, because the GB, as in Ewe and Yoruba, which is ba, cannot be pronounced by everybody, so they call it gua. So elegua or elegba or legbara, I think it just means that which has power and gives health and strength. Maybe we will ask our Yoruba friends who are on the platform to explain what it means by elegba.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too, sir. Thank you very much. And then, is there anybody there? We have Juliet. No, we have Ian Campbell here. Does one's ancestors punish them sometimes even to the point of death? Yes, your ancestors can sometimes invite you even for you to die. When you are living in a society or you are taking care of certain responsibility in society and you are not doing it well and you are just taking advantage of people, and especially when you are even trying to kill people or destroy people because of material things by using spiritual power to destroy people, your ancestors may invite you to come to them to have an arbitration with you while you are doing such things, and that will be death. I have personally seen this in my own life. There was a time that my junior sister died, and we were the only two children that my mother gave birth to our father. And when my sister died, I had elder cousins who were there, and my sister died in my house in Accra. So I went, after putting her in the morgue, I went back to my village and informed my elders, and my senior cousins and my senior brothers. So during the funeral meetings, I realized that the whole family just wanted the whole responsibility of my sister, my junior sister's burial, to be placed on me. Of course, it is not that I didn't have the money to bury my sister, but according to our tradition, I am not the one who is supposed to be directly responsible. I will contribute, and other people also will contribute. Even if I will contribute the largest amount or portion of the money to be spent, that's fine. But it got to a point that my cousins who had been enjoying my father's properties or my grandfather's properties for years before I even came back from Japan, they all felt that maybe because I was well-to-do already, so they didn't want to get involved. So during one of the meetings, I became very emotional and angry, and I told them that if that's the way, the approach that they're going to give to the burial of their own daughter, who is my sister, I would rather bury my sister in Accra. I can buy a grave and bury her, and I don't need to bring her to her father's home. My dad is dead, our mom is dead, our dad is dead, and if my cousins and my brothers and sisters could not be of help to me, I'm not asking them for money as such, but at least I need that emotional support from them as a family. So I became very angry, and then I made those statements. Then some people came up and said, no, it wouldn't be so. It's that your cousins are not being very straightforward. And so we all find a way to resolve that. I brought my sister from Accra and buried my sister at my father's hometown. In 2 weeks, one of our cousins, who was supposed to be like a senior brother to us, just died. And they were the people who were actually misbehaving. Then, within another 2 weeks, the one that was second in charge as elder also followed him. So I did a simple reading, and I realized that my ancestors had called them to come and answer questions because they refused to take responsibility as they were given to take as elders. They are enjoying the wealth, they are doing everything, yet still when it comes to responsibilities, they're trying to shift their bodies. So your ancestors can even call you or punish you to the point of death. Okay, Oluchi also is saying about 6 minutes ago that there is no sound. Then how come you, Seram, you are hearing the sound? Call Kofi. The sound is okay, but some people are saying they don't have sound. Okay, the sound is okay at our end here. We don't know why people are not getting the sound, but I don't know, because the microphone is just right here with me. That's why the people on the clubhouse can also hear me.
She say the sound is great.
Who? Oluchi is rather saying that the sound is great. Okay, so bring this thing down a little bit. Let me bring the questions down a little bit. So we have a no, there's a leg back question up there. Where are you going?
This is.
Where is it?
I've answered it already.
No. That's the one that he mistakenly stepped on leg back?
Yes.
Okay. Then we have a 10 Kram Mensa here. Good afternoon, please. Do you help people to know their destiny? I think we have spoken about this before. That is the work we do here. We help people to guide them on the life path. We help them to guide them on the path of their destiny. That's the work we do here. Thank you. And then we have a Oluchi or Sowo case. This sound is great. Thank you very much. I was mistaken. I wasn't reading it well. Thank you very much. The sound is great, and we too at our side here. The sound is great. And then we have a Danilo in Berile. Hello, Danilo. How are you? It's been a while. Papa, in other tradition, have you seen spirits similar to Legba? Yes, in everywhere in the world there. I live in Thailand for 6 years. When I was a monk, as a Hindu monk, I was stationed in Thailand, and I still speak some Thai language today. You will see that when you go around in the day, you see small legba. We will call it legba, but maybe they have a different name for it on the roadside at people's gates and all these things. So legba is in most traditions. Yeah, they may not call it the name legba, but they will call it some name that will reflect a protective spirit. Yeah. Then we have Danilo in Berile. Papa, can you have only legba or legba only come along with fa? In every spirituality, we have people who do not have a fa, but they have their legba. We have Voodoo legba also, which is not based on fa. But you know, a lot of people call anything that is given a face or mounted with face and eyes, people call it legba. Because it is not the complete understanding, and it is not it is kind of an adulterated way of calling anything that has been mounted with clay and cement. The people call it legba, even when it is not legba. So we have legba in my house here, or at my shrine. I have a legba at the gate, which is afa legba. And then I also have a legba at my zoo, where which I have the akpo zoo, where I do initiation. I have another legba there, and that legba has nothing to do with afa, but it is also called legba. We call it zumen legba. It is not based on fa at all. The making up of that legba is totally different from the afa legba. So people can have legba without having been initiated into fa. But for sure, definitely you must be initiated into some spirit. That legba comes along with the spirit if you want to have it complete. So yes, people can have legba without necessarily being initiated into afa or ifa. But you must be initiated into something before you get legba. You cannot just have legba without having a spirit to back it. Thank you, Danilo. And then we have Red Shot image. The sound is okay. Thank you very much, Red Shot. And then Jiwonu Bowman, the sound is good. So our brother who was complaining, Kisol, who was complaining about the sound, please check your source of your sound. Here, everybody is saying the sound is great. Then we have a Kesha person. The sound is perfect. Kukubo, God knows the sound is on. Then we have our big sister Afidara. Sister, good evening. Greetings from Utin. It's been long since I tuned in. Yes, thank you very much, Sister Afi. It's been a while. We are doing our best here, and I'm very grateful. And thank you for joining us. Send me questions. Anything that is not making sense, please join me and send questions. Then we have Amen Blocker. Is it Blocker or Blaker? Blaker. Amen Blaker saying, I'm watching you live from Wasa Akrompong. You are the best of all. Thank you very much, Amen Blaker. Amen Blaker, again, I would like to meet with you one day, Papa. Sure, I am always around. If you want to see me, you call and I book an appointment with you. I will definitely and surely meet you. Thank you very much, Amen Blaker, for joining us. Then we have again Kukubo, God knows. The question is that in the night where visibility is poor and you mistakenly step on legba, what can be done to appease the legba? Okay, now the question is clear. God knows. You know, when you do things unknowingly or unintentionally, without really planning to do it, the gods, even human beings, can forgive you. If human beings can forgive you, the gods also can forgive you. But when you do things intentionally to make a human being angry, or to make a spirit angry, that is where you need to appease them. But the way you are saying it, you don't need to appease anything. But then you may go to certain shrines whereby the people at the shrine wanted to punish you or frighten you. They may tell you that, hey, because you did this, if you don't do that, if you don't come and buy some chicken or this and that, the legba will kill you. It's never true. No God, no spirit wants to kill human beings. It is when you anger them, that is when they will want to kill you or destroy you. But by stepping on a legba unknowingly and intentionally, definitely the legba also know that you did not know. So there is no punishment and there is nothing for appeasement or appeasement there. Thank you very much, Kukubo. God knows. Then we have Danilo Imberile. Papa, tell us about Togbe Ablegede. What work does it do? Okay, Ablegede is in a different shrine. It's at the old man's shrine. That is Togbe Ablegede Mapesa. In the incantation, you can hear what the spirit will do. Ablegede Mapesa, that Ablegede is a spirit that you are not supposed to meet it at night. That is the first incantation of that spirit. That's why the question that God knows was asking about walking out in the night, and why do ancestors or elders advise that people should not walk out in the night. It is because of this kind of thing. Because Ablegede goes out at night, so you are not supposed to meet it at night. So Ablegede Makpe Esa, Kochi no Okwechi, Ajemu no Okwechi, Mwanivo Okwechi, Etrovo Okwechi. Whereby it said that when witches, bad people with bad jujus, people who have evil eyes, whenever they meet Ablegede, their power will be neutralized. So in the spirit making, that means it is a neutralizer spirit. A spirit that can neutralize other forces that are coming towards you to destroy you. So it is its work to neutralize powers that are against you. So the work of Ablegede is to neutralize and also to protect. I hope it makes sense, Danilo Merile. So then we have Amen Bleka. I have been following you past 3 years. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amen Bleka. We are very grateful and thankful to you. And then we have Kukubo, God knows again. Tell me, what is Akpo Legba and Akpo Kotoku? There are so many Vodus in Eveland. When I say that in my Akpo Zume, where I do initiation for people into Togbe Aplakpo, as well as into Fa and other things when I am doing initiation. It's a shrine within our shrine, or a shrine within our temple, the Togbe Damalier's shrine. That is where we have the Zumelegba, who is at the gate of the shrine to protect. And then when you are supposed to be going into for initiation, there are certain rituals that we do before we take you into that. If you, or whenever you are in that particular part of the shrine, no evil will befall you. Should anything happen within the shrine too, it will not affect you. In the sense that in that particular shrine, the spirits there are very powerful, and they don't really mingle with human beings so much. They wanted to be alone. So when we are going to initiate a person and we have to go in there, we need to inform the spirits by doing a ritual for you, so that when you get in there, they will not be against you. They will be informed before we bring you in there. So that place is where we do Akpo, or Togbe Akpo. There is another Voodoo called Akpo. And there are so many different types of Akpo Kotoku. Akpo Kotoku just means Kotoku, like a sack. And I think the word Akpo actually came from the Yoruba word pocket or sack. It's a Yoruba word which is also a word in Ewe. Because if you listen to the name of Fela, the famous Afro music star, Fela Anikulapo, because the name is broken into 3 parts. But then people just call it straight Anikulapo. But when you look at it, the word came with Ani, which means we have. In Yoruba, Ani means we have. Then Ku means death, as it is in Ewe. Ku means death. And then Akpo means in our pocket. So Anikulapo, we have death in our pocket. That's the name of Fela. And everybody says Anikulapo. But when you break it down in the Yoruba words, you begin to understand what it means. So the word Akpo means pocket or a sack. So there is a voodoo that we call Akpo, which is a sack, and we have all things in that Kotoku or inside it. And the Ewes have another word for Akpo as called Kotoku, and then the Yorubas call it Akpo, but the Ewes also call it Akpo. But we have another name in Ewe called Kotoku. So the Legba at Zume Legba is for Akpo Kotoku. It was when I got that voodoo, then they made the legba alongside for me. So it works with that legba. But the legba is always at the gate, and that legba alone is powerful to do a lot of things. If the Akpo is in its room or somewhere far away, the legba will do all the work on behalf of the Akpo. That's why it is Zume legba. Okay, and we have Shamba Musa Muhammad. Papa, does Akpo have its own legba? Yes, it does have its own legba. That's what I'm just explaining. Akpo has its own legba. And then we have Linda, J. Hello, Father. If you want to communicate with your spirit in your father's house, how you can do that? Oh, I don't know how you are going to communicate with the spirit of your father or your father's house. Which spirit are you talking about? So if you want to communicate with your spirit in your father's house, how do you do that? Okay, Linda, you must bring the question back again. I don't know what you mean that to communicate with your spirit in your father's house. I don't understand. If there is a spirit in your father's house and you want to communicate with that spirit, then you have to do a reading to know what kind of spirit is it, and then through the reading they will tell you how to be communicating with that spirit, if that's what your question is about. Then we have Quinton Heho. Greetings from Cape Town. Thank you very much, Quinton. We are okay. Thank you very much, Quinton. We are very grateful for you joining us. And how are people in Cape Town? We hope all of you are happy. Hello, Father. If you want to communicate with your spirit in your father's house, how you can do is the same thing. So I think that's what I have already answered from Linda AJ. Then I'm in Blaker. Papa, today I want to send you 50 Ghana to buy a crate with Papa. I am not having, but I will have to give more. So let me have the Momo number. Thank you very much, I'm in Blaker. I'm very grateful. When I am done, I will send you my Momo number. Okay, thank you. Is that the last one?
Yes.
Okay, that's how far we have gone on Facebook. So now we are going back to YouTube, and then we'll also get back to you people on Clubhouse if people are still listening. So we have Ian Campbell. So will they chase you when you join them in the ancestral world? When ancestors call you for making mistakes, they are going to judge you. And when they judge you, they know what they will do to you. They will keep you somewhere. Because I have a friend who used to be a very close friend of mine. A time came up, their father and mother became old. They had a property, a land property, and got to a point that the mother was supporting the senior brother to take over the property, the house and the land, while their father was supporting the junior one, that they should be together with the senior brother. It also came out because their father and mother separated at some point. So the senior brother was supporting the mother against the father, and the junior one was supporting the father against the mother. So the senior brother took the junior one to court out of lies that somebody told the senior brother, that the junior brother is planning to bring armed robbers into the house to attack him. Upon that, he went to court, went to police and reported him, and that he is linked with armed robbers, and the junior brother was sentenced to jail for 6 years. Actually, without being an armed robber or having anything to do with armed robbery, the court was able to jail him because the brother paid money and wanted to put his junior brother away. Things in life, greed can bring a lot of crazy things to families. So I, as a Christopher Voncujovi, I tried as much as I could, and I got him out of jail by making an appeal to the higher court, and the higher court realized that it's not that the guy was an armed robber, it was not that he was dealing with armed robbers, and the brother himself did not even hear from his brother's mouth. It is a hearsay. Whether that hearsay is true or not, they were able to put the guy in jail. So the court didn't really acquitted him, but they gave him a bail so he can be in the house. Their father was alive, their mother too was alive. So when the junior brother came out of jail, The father was blind, actually, at that time. The father was kind of blind, wasn't seeing, but the father was an old Bokor, a very old diviner. Their mother too was a traditional priestess. It was a Vodu. So what happened is that their father took the junior one to their stool house to go and pray. So they went to their stool house and went and prayed there and came back. The senior brother was no more into our African traditional practices. He said he became a Christian, even though both parents were traditional priests and priestesses. After the old man took the junior son to go and pray at the stool, the ancestral stool house, I think it took about a month or two, then the senior brother just died. Now the mother said that because the father and the junior brother were against her, she also stopped being a priestess in Vodu and joined the church out of protest or whatever. And not quite long, she died. So the ancestors can call you when you behave in certain ways. And somebody had a dream that he saw that senior brother. They put him in a corner, they tie his legs and his hands, and they have not given him water to drink yet in their dream. That they have not yet even started to deal with him yet for the evil thing that he did. So there are so much things in Vodu that we should all be very careful about. We shouldn't just take it as if it is were to be a game. It's real. So mind you, when you are following Vodu or you are in Vodu, do your best not to plan evil for your fellow man. Be very straightforward with yourself and with the people you deal with. Do not try to use greed and the desire to be famous quickly or the desire to become rich quickly to destroy your fellow human being. Because if you do, the ancestors will not forgive you. Thank you. So we go on to the last question of Ian Campbell again. Could you tell us what influenced a black man like you to become a Hindu monk? Ian Campbell, I became a Hindu monk at a very early age. When I say very early age, in my early 20s. The reason being that my grandfather was a traditional priest, but my dad personally was a Christian. And he was a choir master, and he was a teacher, he was a radio station announcer. So in their days, to be a wise and a good person, it is associated with going to European schools. To be called a clever person and to be accepted in society, you must abandon and forsake all the traditional things that belong to your family or your people. And I believe that my grandfather, because he wanted my father to be educated, he did not mind letting him forget about the traditional things and went to school. So I was born into a Christian family as well as into a traditional family. I wasn't that much closer to my grandfather, even though once in a while we go to his house where he has his shrine. And he was the head of the whole family anyway. And he was the richest man in the family. He has everything. So from childhood, I was not satisfied with the church. I mean, I didn't like going to church, and I don't know, I just didn't have the desire just to go and sit in the church. So among my father's 25 children, I am the only one who did not get what we call confirmation into Christianity. I didn't. I refused from early age until today. I never got confirmed into any Christian church. So when I moved away from the Basel Mission Presbyterian Church, I went into other Christian groups looking for the truth. And even I was being trained as the evangelist when Charismatic Church came to my Volta region. At a very young age, I wanted to be a preacher. But then somewhere along the way, I realized that there were things that didn't go well with me. They had a human face attached to everything, and that's not what I wanted. I wanted the truth, and I don't want human beings making laws, and the laws will be attributed to God as God made it. Meanwhile, the people who are telling you about the rules and the regulations, the laws, are breaking the laws themselves. So I left that, and then I joined yoga. So joining yoga in the early 70s, I was initiated, and I started my meditation, and then it got to a point I started learning more and getting more interested. So I left my village and came to the city, Accra, to be at the ashram, Jagriti as it is called in the group that I belong to. And I was going to school from the Jagriti, and at the same time learning about the Hindu philosophy. So I got to a point, there was one of the acharyas or teachers who was from Iceland, died in Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, but then he was stationed in Lagos, Nigeria. So I was sent from Ghana to go and take his place until they get a senior monk to come. So there I was also, I went to school while I was there, to a teacher training course, which I was later inducted into the Nigerian Ministry of Education as a classroom teacher for a short time. I taught about 4 years in Nigeria, and after that I wanted to go to a training center to become a full-fledged monk, all in the name of looking for the truth. So I was sent to India to be trained as a monk, and after my training I was sent to Bangkok, Thailand, to be the regional priest of Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia, including Bangkok. So that was my journey. But it got to a point when I realized that it is the same thing like the religion that I was already running away from. Everything has a human face attached to it. People have to be worshipped. People have to be looked upon as gods and all this. And my own little mind told me, no, that's not what I was looking for. So I gave up. And then I went on in my life until I finally came back home and went back to my roots of Voodoo practice. And I went back to some of the grandfathers, and they taught me and brought me back on this path that I am, where I feel so free and I feel so comfortable in the sense that I don't have to worship anybody. It is between me and my God. If I'm good, it's my God that knows. If I'm a bad person, it's my God that knows. If I'm supposed to be rewarded, it's my God that will reward me for anything that I do, good or bad. And that is the position in which I train my children. It is not to love God out of fear. You should love God because you want to love God and you want to work with God. If you make a mistake, and that mistake, if it is punishable, you should be punished. There is nothing like you make a mistake and expect that you will be forgiven and then somebody else will be punished or whatever. No, it doesn't happen in my world like that. If I make a mistake, I should be ready to take responsibility for all my actions. And that is the base from which I teach. And I have been comfortable with my tradition so far. And since there is no intermediary between me and my God and my spirits, I feel free. They know me and I know them. And if they see that what I'm doing is not good, they warn me. And if I keep doing it and they punish me, I understand equally. So this is how I became a monk for many years. Thank you very much, Ian Campbell, for that question. Okay, let's go on with look at the Facebook and see if there's anything there again. I think we are almost. Is that okay? Question. Okay, let me take question from people who are on Clubhouse. Thank you very much, Senna, for reminding me. Yes, let's go.
Yes, Baba. How are you?
I'm fine. Please, when you call, when you call, because it's not like a Facebook whereby I can see who is speaking. Please, usually when you call, please give me your name, and then I'll be able to mention it, and then I'll take your question.
Okay. Well, yeah, my name's Akashi.
Okay.
And I'm here in America.
Okay.
Yes. So my question was, first, I thank you because my situation is kind of similar.
Okay.
My mother's Japanese.
Okay, I
and
got
my
you.
dad, he's an African American.
Okay.
And I've always felt kind of confused about tradition because I never knew anything about Japan because my mom, I grew up without my mother, so I absolutely knew nothing about Japan at all.
Okay.
So as I journeyed into trying to become more spiritual, it led me back into African tradition.
Okay.
And I received a reading from the Dagomba people in Tamale.
Okay.
Maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and they told me that my ancestors said that they turned their back on. They said that I turned my back on them.
Okay.
And that they vowed to keep, no money coming to me. So there was something that was broken when my mom married and left Japan.
Okay.
It was a tradition that was broken, and so I traveled to Japan, and I took a birth certificate, and I tracked down my great grandparents. They lived in Niigata.
Niigata, yes, I've been there.
So I went to Maebashi first.
Maebashi, okay. So Maebashi in Naguma, okay.
And I found out, that my ancestors actually they lived in Nagaoka Castle.
Okay.
In Niigata.
Okay.
And that particular night, I went to the cemetery, and there was a Buddhist monk, and he did a ceremony for me, and he told me that my ancestors were happy
Great.
that I come to Japan.
Interesting.
So my question is that I've always had dreams that someone controlled the shrine in my family in Japan, and they used the shrine against me. However, I began to initiate now going into Ifa. So my Ita I had to become a Babalao. So I'm gonna become a Babalao this summer.
Okay.
And I was wondering, when I become a Babalao, will those shrines and that energy spiritually, will I collect that energy back or collect those spirits back once I become a Babalao? The ones in Japan, because it's, my ancestors is kind of like conflicting because I'm quite sure that there's Shinto in my blood as well.
Right. Okay. To that question, I will say that when you get initiated into Ifa, you will be given the path of your life, your destiny, the reason and the purpose you are on this earth. The things you are supposed to do to realize them. So when you get initiated into Ifa, your Babalao or Oluo or people who are initiating you should be able to explain to you the oracle that may fall for you and how that oracle is going to guide your life to get your ancestors' ways and follow their path. Definitely, once you are initiated, you will be taken into the spiritual atmosphere, or into the spiritual sphere or the psychic sphere, where your ancestors will realize that you are now coming back towards your roots, and whoever or whatever may be preventing you from moving forward will be able to understand and work with you, and then kind of relax the challenges and the difficulties you are facing. But you should also ask from your Ifa priest to help you to feed your ancestors. And by so doing, your ancestors can feel that you are now connected to them. And if there is anyone anywhere using the shrine of your ancestors against you or against your mother, that will be kind of neutralized. So this is what we should do.
I do have an altar, and I did receive my head was Oduduwa.
Oduduwa.
Yes, so I do have that, and I also have Lewa, Ogun, Ochosi, Osun.
These are different deities in or orishas in Ifa. In Voodoo, Ewe Fa, we don't deal with the word Orisha, but we deal with the word Voodoo. Like the Ochosi is what we call Tobe Ade, or the hunter spirit, and you have all the other ones, Oduduwa. We don't have Oduduwa in our Ewe Afa, or we don't have it in Voodoo. They may have it in alphabet. I have not seen many people really mentioning that name, but because I've been in Yoruba land for some time, that's why I can relate. But your teacher and your teachers should be able to tell you what any of these orishas, how they can help your cause in life. Each orisha, Obatala, Oduduwa, Ochosi, Ogun, and how you can use that to make progress in your own life. So I think you should associate more with your teacher and learn more from them, and because until we do a reading for you, we will not know exactly what we can do for you. That's how it is. But I believe strongly that you are on the right path. And then everything, a journey of a million miles start with one step. And once you have started, you are going to get there for sure. And your ancestors will be very, very happy to welcome you back home. And also, since you may not know your African roots directly, you can just associate with anywhere your heart feels that it can give you sense to your life. Okay, Akachi, does that make some sense?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Because I know Maibashi very well, because we have been there many times. Maibashi, which is near to Takasaki. So I know. It's in Buma Prefecture. And then I've been in Niigata when I was a magician, a stage magician. I had been in Niigata. I've been to the Niigata castle and all this, and I performed there for months before coming back to Tokyo. So I've been there too. That's very interesting. So you should connect with Sena. Sena should be able to also guide you, because they have been going to their ancestral shrines, their ancestors' graves, and going to offer prayers and the things they do there. Maybe Sena can also give you some idea.
Even though your ancestors are Japanese, if you have a family, then they are family, because they'll be able to get guidance. So, for example, recently the ancestors on my Japanese side asked to be fed, so we fed them. But there are some issues in our grave sites in Japan right now that needs to be sorted out. advice, and that came to the reading. So I have to now find some of this priest with that. But Afa is just like it's like a spokesperson or it's like a compass. So it transcends religion or anything. It's a diagnostic tool, right? So when you know it well, then you will be able to apply it in any place that you find or whatever access you want. It's supposed to lead you to the solution, whether that goes with that priest or through another priest. You should be able to guide towards the right direction. So I see that as the primary benefit of getting initiated into infantile cause and actually, but that will be dependent on how well you learn and being able to really work it well, or finding a very competent priest who can really look into it well and to find your answers. But in the hands of a good priest, I've seen even in Ghana, I've seen people who were able to divine Afa, able to even see how they buried their Japanese ancestors and what they put inside the coffin to prepare them. And this man didn't speak Japanese or English, so people can't see. It depends on how that diviner is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Is there any question from Clubhouse again?
I have a question.
Who is speaking?
Please introduce yourself and then
Randall.
Yes, I'm Randall. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, in the United States.
Okay, Randall.
I practice the local meat system, and I have some exposure to E5 as well. But my question is that I've been finding more about my mother's lineage, and it's from Madagascar. So even some experiences that I've had, I've seen some, Madagascar.
Randall, can you speak a little bit louder, because people on Facebook are also listening to you, so can you speak a little bit louder so that... Yeah.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, much better now.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I practice local meat.
Okay.
And I've had some exposure to E5 now, but I've also been doing the genealogy research, and some of it lines up with some of the things, the experiences that I've had since being a practitioner. So, basically, my mother's lineage is from Madagascar.
Okay.
So I was just wondering if there's any practices, spiritual practice or ancestor, worship or whatnot systems that are present in Malagasy people or Madagascar along that area.
Okay, the Malagasy people are a mixture of the Africans and the Indians. I think you are aware of that.
Yes.
So it depends on which side of your mother, which part of the Malagasy that people where she came from. Is she coming from among the African, or is she indigenous African people, or is coming from the endangered people who moved to Madagascar?
Well, I think it's a mixture.
Okay.
My mother's been in the United States. We've been in the United States, but I've just been, tracing my lineage. So, we have a lot of, like with the eyes and stuff, my mother's family looks more like they have like a kind of like Asian looking eyes or whatnot, but they are black people, so it's like a mixture. It might be the Morena people. Okay. I think there's another group there. So,
okay, so what I will say, my advice is, now that your mother is a mixture of, let's say, South Asian and African, you can lean on any side and you still be okay. You can practice all and you still be okay. You can practice Vodu, you can practice Ifa, you can also practice something to do with Tantra or anything that is linked in your DNA. You'll be fine. You don't have a problem. But then if you want to practice Vodu or you want to practice Ifa, then you have to get any Ifa priest. But you can also choose to do Hindu meditations and introduce into any of the Hindu disciplines, which will not be any problem at all. Because human beings, as we are human beings, nobody knows where our origins come from. We may be from different places. And so long as that DNA is running in our system, we are linked to all these people in one way or the other, and then becoming one with them or accepting their spirituality or their ways of associating with divinity, you can do without having any problem.
Okay, yeah, I have a Bible out that I work with, and I send tarot and Muslim Obas, and I'm my godmother as well, so I've got a good background, people.
Good.
I just had that question, though.
That's very good. That's very good, because the Lukumi system, as you said, I think it is based on the Yoruba, and Yoruba, Afa, and then some mixture of the four Ewe Vodu forming the Lukumi base. I'm not very familiar into the Lukumi, but I believe that's what it is. Otherwise, they would have been calling it purely Ifa or Afa. But I think the Lukumi must have some other things entered into it because of the movement of people from one different part of the world to the diaspora. That's why those things have been mixed up. But so long as, or as long as it remains African, it is fine. You can always get it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Randall. Very good to hear the question. Very interesting. Yes, anybody on Clubhouse again, please?
It's Western. I have a question.
Yes, Western, how are you?
Doing good in yourself. Thank you for all the information.
I'm good too. Thank you very much. So please go ahead with your question.
In the education system, we usually a lot of people use what they call Veve.
Veve,
I
yes.
believe you said it comes from, is that Ewe word?
Yeah, the Veve is also used in Ewe, which is the powder that is prepared from corn flour, sometimes mixed with palm oil to do certain signs, and also to feed the ancestors, not the ancestors, but mainly to feed Vodus, okay, ancestors as well, yeah.
Now, what does the word actually mean, and do you guys use it? Do you know of any system that uses it maybe to draw the images on the ground?
I think it's only used in Voodoo, and Veve, mostly it is used in when we do ancestral stool. When we say ancestral stool, mean the stool that is given to the ancestors, where we connect with our ancestors, and when we are feeding the ancestors, that is the time that the Veve is used mostly. But then some people use the system of using gunpowder also to draw the Veve. But I don't think it is only limited to Ewe Vodu, because I see it in other traditions like the Igbo and the Edo people. They use white powder to draw circles and to do something spiritual. So whether they also call it Veve, I don't know, but I know the Ewes call it Veve. So I don't know where the word came from, but of course the Ewes have been using words long before Haiti was established. So if the Ewes call it Veve, then it is the Ewes and the four people call it Veve. Then the word might have been originated from West Africa. So
And what is it made out of?
it's made out of Veve. Is originally made out of corn flour and palm oil.
Okay, see, that's why my reason for asking questions is I know our traditions come from West Africa, and I'm trying to make the connection as far as the language and the origins of something. But there are a lot of words we use and we don't know what they mean. And typically in Haiti, they use corn flour, which is probably
Okay. Great. That's interesting. So we use the corn flour and mix it with palm oil. And before, when they do it, sometimes they have to grind salt, a little bit of salt. Then the corn flour will be mixed with it. Then the oil will be poured on it. and then veve is eating. I don't know whether you eat it in Haiti, but sometimes we eat it. When we feed our ancestors, we also eat some. That's why it is made out of fresh corn flour, not the roasted corn flour, but fresh corn flour.
To my knowledge, it's not eaten. And if they don't have corn flour, they use a white powder. And there are some people that do use it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. People use white powder and use, but corn flour is the base of the Ewe Vodu. And it is sometimes eaten also, because not eating like a real food, but they will give a little bit of it onto each person's presence tongue, so that you can taste what you are giving to your ancestors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you very much for all this listening. Very grateful. Yes, any question from Clubhouse, so that if no more questions there, then I'll go straight to Facebook and then answer some questions there. Okay, I'm going to on Facebook. We have Francis Nati. How can you communicate with your inner spirit to know what your destiny holds for you? Francis Nati, you need to see a spiritual teacher who can guide you to understand how to communicate with your inner spirit. Things to do, the spiritual teacher should be able to guide you. That is the advice that I can give you, because you cannot do it on your own because you don't know how to do it. So you need to see a spiritualist, a spiritual teacher who can guide you on that. Thank you very much, Francis Nate. And then we have Linda Ajay again. Yes, want you to check for me which way I will do to communicate with the gods in my father's house. Okay, Linda Ajay, for us to check for you to know what gods are in your father's house and how to communicate with them, you have to call and book an appointment so that we can speak with you, and then you may come to the shrine, and then we can do a reading to see how you can be best be able to communicate with the gods and the ancestors in your father's house. Thank you very much. And then we have Franklin Emerson. Good day, sir. Hello. Good day, Franklin. How are you? Thank you very much for joining us. And then we have a full Martin Kobler. I believe that the experience you went through was meant to be your training in readiness to become the Hunogama and teacher that you have become. I am thankful to God and to our divine helpers for your life. You are a great and a rare asset to Africa and the youth. May you live very long in excellent health always. Oh, thank you very much, my big brother. I'm very, very grateful. May the ancestors continue blessing you, and may the gods of our line strengthen you too. Thank you for your continued support all the time. I'm very grateful to you, Efo Kobla, Efo Martin. Yes, then we have Danilo Imberile again. Papa, what does it mean to be spiritual? Online, we have too many book spiritualists who don't have any spiritual practices or initiation. Danilo, that question I will find it very difficult to answer. How does it mean to be spiritual? I know there are so many people online, scammers, liars, people who are first timers, people who are trying to get attention. They are all online, all. But to my own understanding, to be spiritual is to be able to practice spiritism. Let me call it that way. That you work with spirit, and spirit will work with you. There should be a relationship between you and spirit, a particular spirit or a host of spirits that can communicate with you and direct your way in life, who can be there to protect you and also defend you and guide you to a greater height. To me, that is called spirituality, or that is what it means to be spiritual. And before you can do this, you need to be initiated into a particular spirit or a particular system or a particular discipline whereby you can be introduced into a spirit, or introduced into a spirit world, or a spirit's world, whereby you can function on the physical plane as well as in the spiritual plane. So Danilo, that is what it is to be spiritual in my understanding. And again, Danilo is saying, he's a top fan, Revolution top fan, say, so Papa, do you think that the Indian meditations and Tantra don't really suit a purely African person? Or your message is that no matter the spiritual practice of any African, at least they should not forget their African ancestral practices? Yes, I see. The Indian meditation or Tantra and all these things are teachings that you learn. But to be able to really connect with your roots, you must come back to your African roots if you are an African. Because at the end of the day, when you go to practice Tantra yoga, which I did, your divinities or the deities all you are calling upon are all Hindu deities. And Hindu deities, you don't have any direct relationship with them because you are not a Hindu. You can be initiated into Hinduism and everything, but you can never be a Hindu because you are not born by DNA as a Hindu. It's just like being an Ewe person. Somebody can come and practice Vodu from a different ethnic background. He can come and practice Vodu to the highest order, but that person can never be an Ewe person because he or she does not have an Ewe blood in them. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean they cannot practice and be successful. But for me, after going through Christianity, Hinduism, and all other what do you call it? What do you call it? I have gone through many. I've been into Scientology. I have been into Guru Nanak's group of the sing and practicing of, and that's the word I'm forgetting to call. It's just escaping me. And I have been in many things. I have practiced some Buddhism. I practiced some Sufi. I practiced Tantra. I practice Kabbalah. I practice many things. But my heart, when I came, of course, when I was there, I was good. But I felt that I was not what I wanted to be. That's what I was talking about. But me coming back to my blood roots, my own ancestral roots, I don't need anything to be translated for me anymore. When you say a chi, I don't have to think about what a chi is. Automatically, myself, my inner self, and my physical self understand that. But when they say Panni in Hindi or in Urdu, I have to translate this back and then bring it into water and then bring the water back into a chi so that I can figure out what I am trying to understand or what I am learning. But when I learn it in my own language easily, it becomes easier for me. But for me personally, for every African or people of African descent, if you don't come back to African traditional spirituality, you will still be wondering that something is missing. Unless, of course, you are the type of religious type and you just want to have those things as show off. But because when you see us here in Ghana or in Africa, when you see a black man put a turban, like an Indian man dressed in orange or this thing, it's like you think that he has all the powers in the world. But I tell you, go closer to him, he does not have nothing. He cannot even make the ant stop from moving, cannot even see anything. Sitting in that lotus position for hours, he is just dreaming. But when you come to Vodu, when herbs have been squeezed onto your eyes, herbs have been squeezed into your ears. You can start hearing. You can start seeing, and you can start hearing. It's better, much better than all that hours of sitting down and you are looking into space and looking inside your head and you are not seeing anything. You will only fall asleep and wake up from your sleep and you say you have meditated. Meditated on what? Anyway, I'm talking from my personal experiences, but any other people can also try it and then they will have their own your experience will tell you. When you see people wear certain kind of clothes, whether it's Arabic or Muslim type or it is India or whatever, you will be afraid of them and you think that God has given all powers to them, and then if the person even talk, the things will just change. It is not true. It's a lie. That's why people start faking Christianity, created all kind of things, just to fool you, to tell you that they are speaking to God. Which God speaks in a language that you cannot understand? Which God will speak to you in a language that you don't understand? That is not a real God. So I personally feel, because of my own personal experiences, that it is my African roots that have given me the understanding of spirituality. Thank you very much, Danilo. I'm very grateful. Then we have Blaker again. Papa, that is true. Thank you very much, Blaker. I'm just speaking from my own personal experiences as far as spirituality, religion, and African traditional spirituality is concerned. Okay, let's see if we have any question up there. Okay, we have a question from Ian Campbell again on YouTube. Ian Campbell is saying, I heard that in some African tradition, when a man dies young without having children, his brother or relative may marry a wife for him while he is in the ancestral world, so he does not have to come back. I don't know. You know, in African tradition, Ian Campbell, we have so many traditions that how can you marry someone who died? You marry a wife for the person who will be making love to the woman, the dead person. No, this tradition, I don't know it, but it sounds very funny. How can you marry for a dead man? And then they will born a child who will be sleeping with the woman they marry to even give birth to a child. Is it not cheating the dead man, or cheating yourself, or cheating people in the name of a dead man? I don't think it's a real. If it is, then those people, I thank God I was not born among them. So I don't know which kind of this because in our African tradition we believe that when you die you should come back here, or you will always come back. It is not a question of saying that you die and you don't come back. That's why we advise that when you are in this world, be good, try to do the best, so that when you pass on, you can have a better place to come to when you are born again. Ian Campbell again, could you explain this to me? Okay, that's what I'm saying. The tradition that we or the Ewes follow is not that tradition. And I may not know which tradition of an African ethnic group that practices that, but it is possible because we have so many traditions in this we have so many traditions, we have so many ethnic groups, different cultures, different languages, all around Africa. So I will not know how it is in that tradition, but the Ewe tradition in which I am born into, I don't think we have anything like that. I have not yet come across it. What I come across is that when you die, your wife is supposed to do widow's rights for you for a certain time, and if you are a husband and your wife died, you are supposed to do the widower's right for the dead person for some time. This I know that is in every culture, but by marrying a person, marrying a wife for a person who was not able to give birth before living, so that they were born for that person, I don't think so, but I don't know. I've never come across it yet, but Africa, as I said, has so many traditions, so maybe I'll come across it one day. Thank you very much, Ian Campbell, for that question. Okay, let's go back to Facebook, and then we'll go back to Clubhouse. Okay, we have on Facebook, I'm in blocker, but Papa, I'm still waiting for the more number. Okay, my number is already on the on the Facebook. The numbers that we type there, the 0244 is the number that comes to me straight away, so you can check it up. Thank you. And then we have a say long. Okay, how can I get to know more, Papa? By learning. If you want to get to know more, you have to learn more and associate with people who know what they are telling or who are teaching, so that you can learn from them. That's the only way you can know more. And then we have Linda Ajege. Father, thank you. May Almighty God bless you. You give us knowledge. Thank you very much, Linda. I'm very grateful. So, but the question, come down small. Let me see. No, the guy. Yeah. Amen Blaker. My number and Africa Magic Temple number are there already. So when you look at it, you find them. All of them has a Momo on them. Thank you very much. Okay, I think that part is gone. We are done with the Facebook here. Linda Ajay, it was the last person on Facebook. So please, people on Clubhouse or in Clubhouse, please, can you ask me some? Okay, there's one more question on Facebook from Danilo Mberile. Are all deeply spiritual people diviners? No, not everybody who is spiritual is a diviner. People who have got the training to be diviners, and also those who have got the extra sensory perceptive abilities, or ESP, or premonition, can be diviners. They may not be trained, but when you have extra sensory perceptive ability, or ESP, you still need to be trained properly to translate what you are seeing, so that people you are translating to or divining for can understand it in a clear language. Mind you, spirits don't speak human voice and don't speak in human language. People who deceive you that spirits are speaking in human language are liars. Spirits don't speak in human language. They come in the form of waves, form of pictures, and that's it. But there are no language. But sometimes they may come in the form of songs in your mind. You know, it comes in your mind. Everything comes in the form of pictures, and you pick it up and then you translate it for people to be able to understand. But without the proper training, you may see this thing, but you cannot know how to translate it properly, so people don't benefit from it. Thank you very much, Danilo. And then we have a Selom Tang Papa. Why do people think Christianity is the only way to get close to your Maker? That is up to those people. It's the Ewe said that if you have never eaten outside your mother's cooking pot, you would always say that your mother cooks the best soup. That's what the Ewes always say. That because you have not tasted another person's mother's food, you are always saying that your mother is the best cook. Until you learn from another source, you cannot say the knowledge you have is the only one or the best. The wisdom is universal and it is infinite. You can never grasp it with your one hand or both hands. Nunya adidoe asimetune. So don't limit yourself to any particular discipline and say, okay, I am in Lukumi, I am in Ifa, I am in Vodu, I am in Christianity, I am in Jainism, and I am in Sikhism, all kind of things that I don't know. I'm a Theosophy, I am in Amot, I what do they call a canker, and so I don't want to learn. If you are a wise person, open up your mind and learn from everywhere, and you have all in. So you cannot be deceived by anybody because you know. You can never know all, but know and learn as much as you can learn. Yes, so am I getting anybody from Clubhouse? Any questions?
Yes. I would like to ask a question. This is Danielle from United States, Mississippi.
Yes, Danielle, how are you?
I'm good, and you? Thank you so much for everything you do. But my question was, I think I asked you last week on YouTube. I said about initiation.
Yes.
You gave me a general answer. You said for a general initiation, because everything is a little different. You said generally 15 days.
Yes.
You said for initiation, generally about 15 days. I didn't know that you can initiate in 2 different ways, or maybe I just didn't understand. But what is regular initiation and Appa initiation? What did you mean exactly?
Okay. At my shrine of African Magic Temple, we have an initiation that we initiate people into the patron spirits of our shrine, and that is Vodu initiation. And in this Vodu initiation, we introduce you into the psychic world where you are connected to the psychic field and you are able to experience vibrations from any energy that you deal with. Also, we give you initiation into the patron spirit like Togbe Jopata, which is a protective spirit and a defender, as well as Akain is one of the one of the patron spirits of our shrine that guides and also open your doors and then bring good things into your life. That is the AMT initiation. That's what we do at the shrine here. And then when you want to do an Afa initiation, then I, as an Afa Bokor, I have to look for other Afa priests who will come and join together with me, because in Ifa, one person cannot just initiate you. You need at least 3 or 4 Ifa priests to join together to initiate you. That's the Ewe way. So these are the 2 types of initiation that we have in African Magic Temple. And then, of course, we have so many other Vodus as you are being initiated into the first 3 patron spirits of the shrine, which is Abraxas, Akain, and Jopata. There are many other spirits that are in the shrine, and if the spirits like you to work with you, they can tell me, and they will inform me. We will do a reading to find out whether they can work with you as they were telling me, and if they say yes, then we will tell you how their initiation is, and if you are interested, then we will initiate you into them. Because before you can deal with any spirit or do with the spiritual world, you need to be initiated into a Vodu somehow. So the Afa or the Ifa initiation is also a different thing, whereby you will be initiated into Ifa according to the process of initiation of Ifa, which is totally different from the Vodu initiation.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Thank you so much, Papa.
You're welcome. Thank you too. Yes, I think somebody also wanted to ask a question.
Yes, good afternoon, Papa. This is Kojo from Ecuador.
Yes, Kojo, how are you? Thank you very much. We did so many things for you last night. I hope you've seen the videos.
Yes, seeing the videos, very grateful. Very moving for me.
Thank
I
God.
have a question with regards to ancestors, and we talked about in the belief system, it's like when you die, you return back. And I wanted to ask, do people always return directly to the same ancestral line, or could have been from somewhere else?
Not necessarily. You will not necessarily return to the same ancestral line. You could be sent anywhere depending on the things that you did in this world. That's why I was saying that nobody knows their all their ancestral roots. So you could be anywhere. You could be sent back to other roots or whatever. So, but then the ancestors that have the DNA in you, when you die, the works you do here in this lifetime is what is going to determine where you will be in your next life.
Okay. What you need to learn in the next life to continue to grow.
Right.
Okay.
You see, the accounts have a name called Ababio. And then the Yorubas have what we call Tunde. Tunde, as in Yoruba. All relate, the Ewes call it Tepe or Ametepe, which all relates that we come back.
Okay.
So these names alone tell us that you don't go forever, you will come back somehow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome, Kojo. Thank you too. Yes, Matt, yes.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm good. So I wanted to ask you a question.
Please go ahead.
What do you know about Dambala? And have you worked with Dambala?
No, I don't know so much about Dambala, and I have never worked with Dambala. But I believe very strongly Dambala is more of a Haitian Vodu. And if it is coming to form, then it is probably with Dam. I don't know whether Dambala is connected to Dam Vodu or not. I am not very sure because I have never worked with Dambala, but I have heard a lot of people who come to my shrine and people from the diaspora talking about Dambala. But then in Ewe Vodu as such, I have not really heard much about Dambala. I have heard about Vodu Da and Mami, so and all these things, but the Dambala I'm not very familiar with it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. You know, like as I said, there are millions and millions of spirits out there. They are looking for people to express themselves. So the Dambala may be a spirit that has expressed itself to your ancestors or the ancestors of the Ewes who had been moved from their original home to where it is. Or maybe it even existed in Africa and it went with people to where they are. So there are millions and billions of spirits over there. So you can never doubt that this spirit is not there. They are there. It's until you get in contact or get closer to them or get initiated into them, you will never know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Hello, Bokor. This is Weston again.
Yes, Weston, go ahead.
We back to the Dambala question that we in Haiti do sometimes call Da or Da.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying, that then it must be linked with the Dam Vodu. We will call it Da or Da Vodu.
The python.
Yes, the python, yes. So the python is called a Da Vodu or Da, as in what do you call it, the form. People will say Da. But we, the Ewes, will say Da. It's D-A, as the Ewes may call it. But then the form, because their language is, Ewe language is more of a nasal, this thing, they will call it Da. Just like we call Voodoo and they call it Vodum. It's the same. There's no difference in Vodum and Voodoo. It's the same only because of the dialect they are using, the Ewe dialect they are using. So Da Vodu, yes, we have Da Vodu at so many shrines. At my old man's shrine, where my teacher Bokor Tuji taught me, they have Da Vodu, they have the Ewe shrine where Da Vodu is one of the Vodus, the Python spirit Voodoo is one of them. But I personally, I have not worked with the Da Voodoo, but I know a lot of people who have Da as their Voodoo.
Now we have two, typically one they call Dambala, they refer to as male, and the other one they say Aida, which is the female.
Okay. Okay. And what does the Wedo mean? What does the Wedo mean?
It comes from Wida.
Wida. Okay.
Yes,
Okay. We say Wida because I've been hearing the Wedo, Wedo, and all these things. You know, the foreign language is a little bit difficult to understand for Ewe's, but then they are all cousins. People can understand it very well. So if it is the Wedo has to do with Wida, then that's very clearly understood.
Yes, it's diaspora and
yeah.
change.
Adulteration of the language because of different people coming. Yeah. Okay, now I understand what the Dambala is. Okay, is the Davodu in the diaspora.
Yes.
Okay.
We have a right called Lada, R-A-D-A, which is Alada.
Alada. Every you call it Alada. But okay, just like you call Bade. But then the real name in Ewe is Agbade. Sovi Agbade. And your people say Sovi Abade.
Sometimes they'll say Sovo Abade.
Okay. Sovi Abade, we call it, but there's the thunder spirit.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it's just the language that has twisted over the years and centuries. So we just have to learn to relate it together, and then we are at the same thing.
Yes, and some parts of Haiti also will say mouth or mouth inside.
Okay. Oh, great. Then that's where our people have gone far across the oceans.
Have you heard of one called Alumanja?
Alumanja?
Yes, Alumanja.
No. I have not dealt with it. I don't even know it. This is the first time even hearing that. But there are spirits, so many, because even in my shrine here in Accra, there are spirits that people never heard. Other people, even in Ghana, have never heard. But there are spirits I am working with.
Yes, very, very true. Thank you. I don't want to take too much of it.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you very much. Westerner, rather. Thank you.
Hey, Papa, I want to ask you another question. And I also want to thank Westerner and Mary for bringing up Dambala, because there are similarities between, I'm Louisiana Creole and we have similarities with Haitian. So I was great to hear the connections. I already kind of knew that a little bit because I studied diaspora stuff, but that's a good conversation. I just want to thank you for that exchange. But my question was, could you possibly go into, you said for initiation in the African Magic Temple, you said about Abraxas. Could you maybe go into a little detail on Abraxas?
Okay. Abraxas is a 7-letter word that represents the Christ consciousness in the psychic plane. When I say the Christ consciousness, I'm not talking about Jesus Christ of Nazareth, but I'm talking about the universal Christ consciousness, which is permeating and in everything. You get it in Buddhism, you get it in Christianity, you get it in Hinduism. As in Hinduism, it is called the Krishna Chaitanya, the Christ consciousness. And then when you go into Greek mythology, you can get it as a Christus. All this thing. That is the Abraxas. It's a universal energy, and anyone who can tap into it and knows its secret can use it. So when I am initiating people, I tap people into that energy, and that energy descends on people directly, and you can feel its energy when it descends on you during initiation. Those who have taken initiation at African Magic Temple would be the best to tell their experiences. Have I answered your question?
Yes, you did.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, I studied from different backgrounds in my spiritual journey, and this Abraxas part came from Kabbalah. So Kabbalah and Voodoo, there is not much difference in it, in the sense that Kabbalah uses figures and words of power or powerful ways to create changes in nature. And then Ewe Vodu also uses figures and herbs to create changes in nature, to draw energies down into the physical plane to work. So my journey through all this thing has given me how to base on how to initiate and how to get people to connect. You cannot be initiated in African Magic Temple without you having a physical feeling. It's not something to tell you, okay, don't worry, you go, it will be well. No, we don't do that. You must experience it, and you must start communicating with energies that you have been introduced to when you are initiated. Okay, anybody again on Clubhouse? Any question from Clubhouse again?
Well, I have one more question.
Yes, go ahead. Western, yes.
I remember you mentioned Alajadu.
Yes.
Real name.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you know, are you familiar with the word entity itself, or does that exist anywhere?
No, in Ewe there is nothing called a zili, but then the reason is that there is Alajadu has its roots in many different cultures across the world. So in the Greek mythology, it's called Frida. Then when you go to the Arabic, it's called Yasmin. And when you go towards India, Hinduism becomes Jasmine. And then in Kabbalah, it's called Aniel, Archangel Aniel, which is the only female archangel among the 7 major archangels. And then we, in our Ewe language, we call it Allah Jadu. So this is the female, it is embodiment of female fertility, abundance, and success. Green is its color, and the Friday is the day that it rules. So I was working for somebody some time back, and the person asked me whether I know the spirit Ezeli Frida. Then I said, no, I don't know it as Ezeli Frida, but I know the spirit Frida, which is I have at my place called Alajadu, which is the spirit of Friday, the spirit of love and fertility and all this. And they say, yes, that is it. And in Haiti, they use a rose flower and pink and purple or whatever to do it. That's okay. So I work on it for a person, and I think the person got its work done. Yeah. That is how I come about the word Ezili. That's how it's called, which means the spirit or respect. I don't know.
Okay, because somebody had told me it comes from a word that's Izili, which is a lake or something like that, but I wasn't sure.
But then you have so many other Ezilis. I don't think Frida is the only Ezili, right?
No, there's a lot.
Yeah, so I wouldn't understand where it comes from, but I just work with it because I have it here, and it's one of the strongest Vodus. Very simple. It's the one that opened a lot of people's business doors and doors to fertility, to have children, and all that kind of thing. So it looks very simple, but it's very, very powerful.
Yes, and in Haiti, she is very, very powerful. Flirts a lot with men, but she's has a lot of jewelry on and very, like a woman of high status, a lot of love. But if you get on her bad side, it's not nice.
Every spirit, not only her, every spirit. When you get on their bad side, they are very angry. Thank you, Wesley. Thank you very much. Okay, let me go back to Facebook now. We have Amen Blaker. Please, have you received it? Amen Blaker, I am doing a Facebook Live now, and I don't look on my phone to see what messages are coming or not. When I am done, if I see it, I'll check your number and I'll call you back. Thank you very much if you have sent us some money. We are very grateful to that. And then we have Danilo in Berile again. Papa, you had a master who fasted for 5 years. Was it Toby Tuji? Oh no, my master who fasted for 5 years was my master in India. His real name is Prabhat Ranjan, but Prabhat Ranjan Saka. His spiritual name is Shri Ananda Murti. Shri Ananda Murti, the founder of Ananda Marga Prachara Cassandra. He was my master. I was a member of the Ananda Marga Acharyas. So Danilo, that's it. So it was not Tobetuji. And then Papa, have you initiated people into Ogun? Egu. We don't call it Ogun in Ewe. We call it Egu, not Ogun. Ogun is a Yoruba word. The Ewes call it Egu. Yes, I have a Egu here, but I have not initiated people into Egu because the Egu I have is very, very dangerous. It will even kill animals. If animals go there to play, it will kill them. So my Egu is a dangerous one. I am even scared of it myself. I'm very, very careful. So I don't want to initiate people into it, and it can, if they go against some of its rules or anything, they will be in trouble. I don't initiate people into certain things that I know it is easy for people to make mistakes. I am a very disciplined person, so the things that I have taken and I'm guided by them are very serious ones. So I don't initiate people into just anything just because people want initiation. I'm very sorry, but that's how I do things at my shrine. The Egu at my shrine is very, very, very serious one, and it's very simple. When you come there, they told you or they tell you that this is a voodoo and you should be careful with it. You would think that it's a joke, but then when you play with it, even a dog went there to pick something, the dog just died. My son one time went there to remove excuse me. My son went there one day to remove its knife. He nearly died. We had to do a reading to find out what was causing his sickness, and then they say he has removed the knife of a group, and quickly I had to buy a new knife and give it and did the rituals, and then my son became okay. My son's dog went there and playing as a small puppy, it just killed it. So I don't initiate people into a gu. I have not initiated anybody into a gu yet. I'm just being careful. And then we have a Salon again. Papa, please, I want you to talk more about the initiation because I'm very interested. You have to ask me what you want to know because Westner and other people have just asked about the initiation. We have initiation into Jopata, we have initiation into Abraxas, we have initiation into Akai, we have initiation into Alajadu, we initiate people into Akpo, we initiate people into all the vodus here. We even have a voodoo called Ejido Ejiklo. We have all. I initiate people into different vodus that I work with. But then when I initiate people into the voodoo, I want the people to go and test and see whether the voodoo is working with them. But then on the spot, when you are initiated, you can start to see whether it's going to work with you or not going to work with you. So, Selom, you need to come to the shrine, do a consultation, and then we will see what kind of voodoo that will work with you. And then we will initiate you. But if you want to initiate into the 3 patron spirits of the shrine, we are here to initiate you. go back to YouTube. Oh, there are still questions there. Okay, right? It's finished from there. Okay, and then on YouTube we have Ian Campbell. Do you reference a specific animal in Ewe land? No, I don't think. If there is any special animal in Ewe land that people respect very much and are careful about, is the python, especially the golden python. The golden python is regarded as god or goddess. So people who are into voodoo are told not to kill it. But it is only that python, it's not every snake. But certain people who are initiated into snake voodoos or disciplines are also told not to kill snakes. But then when you see a snake coming to attack you, if you don't kill it, you die. Your voodoo will leave you there. So be careful. And then we have Edward Tete Amakwashi. I really love cats. Is it true they can exchange your life? I don't know. That is from Egyptian mythology, where they say cats have 7 lives or 9 lives. I don't know whether cats can exchange your life for theirs. I cannot tell. Okay, so we are done with YouTube too, and we are done with Facebook. And what's the time now?
5:25.
So we have gone above this. We are supposed to close by 4:30, but now we are 5:25, which means we've really gone, and it's very interesting. So I will take my last questions from people on Clubhouse or in the Clubhouse, and then I will close today's section for now. The conversation will continue online. People can ask questions, and when I have time, I will go online and then answer the questions. So please, people in the Clubhouse, can anybody ask me a question so that I can close the section now?
Yes, you mentioned that the Ogu you have, or the group you have, Egu.
Yeah, Egu.
It's very, very dangerous.
Yes, it is.
Is it because it's so strict, the rules and regulations, and people won't make mistakes easily, or is it just naturally?
I think it's natural. It's not like we don't even have any real rules and regulations, honestly, on that ego. But naturally, when it is set up, people don't have to play with it. Last year, before the end of the year, there was Nigerians who stole money from their friends in the house. So they came here in their number, I think about 15 people, and nobody knew who took the money. So we did a reading, and we realized the person who stole the money was among them, but they were not owing him up. So we just went to the Egu and gave them the knife to swear by themselves that, okay, I don't know anything about this. If I know anything about the Egu should attack me. If I know anything about the money, the Egu should attack me. But if I don't know anything about it, the Egu should just let me go. And we did that. We did it in the evening. By the following morning, around 5:30 a.m., the people called me already that they got the money, and the person who took it had a kind of as if a knife had stabbed their palm at night. So they brought the money here. We gave it to the people, and then they paid us our Thanksgiving. So it's very, very serious one.
Wow, because we have at least 21 different Ogus in Haiti, but they all come from Nago.
Nago, okay. This one is very simple one, doesn't even look like a spirit. And when you take a bottle of drink to it, you cannot bring it back. You have to leave it there. So if you are going to drink, you have to go and drink it with it. But if you are not doing his prayer, you cannot go and drink his drink. So it's kind of very serious and need to be very careful.
Yes, we have something like that where once you assign a drink to them, you leave it alone, it's theirs, don't touch it.
Right.
Why would people play with a spirit like that?
Oh, sometimes people don't, sometimes because spirits are not physical beings, they are seeing them moving around, so people sometimes just take them for granted that it's not anything. And because until it attacks you, before you know it's something. So for this reason, our people can even go into a spirit room and go and steal a drink to drink. I have seen, and sometimes they fell into trouble. So we are human, so we sometimes take everything for granted.
I learned as from a young age not to play around because my father would.
You would know. Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you too. Thank you, Wesna. Thank you very much. Is there any more question from Clubhouse? Okay, so today's section, I'm going to close the section for today's question and answer, revolution question and answer section with me, Bokor Christopher Voncujovi. I thank you all very much for joining us and with your interesting questions, and it's very, very good feeling that all of you, people on Facebook, people on YouTube, and Clubhouse, all of you were asking questions and listening to my teachings and what African Magic Temple stands for. I'm very grateful to all of you, to Senna and to his brother Pele for setting up this revolution. I would have just maintained my African Magic Temple simple, but then because for them this African Magic Temple and revolution has spread around the globe, we were just running it as our family shrine, helping people who know us, but now we have to help the whole world. But anyway, I'm really grateful to you both and to all the people who have supported us to keep this going every day. I cannot mention name whereby I may leave out someone's name and they'll feel that they have not mentioned. So to all of you, I say may the ancestors continue blessing you and may they make you strong and open doors for you. And thank you very much. I will pour a libation and then I will close this year. And then of course those on the Clubhouse, I will again join you later after doing some of the works I'm supposed to finish. When I am done with that, I may join you again to discuss. Oh, Ago Mauga, Mauga, somebody is a Mago, Mauga, Kitty Cat, and Ago Mauga, a say Joto, a Mejoto, a Sena, non a set, and a woman of every woman of you may be an Doconovi, Bear, Doconovi, may be a woman of you, send a Pupurico, New York. They may have a handful of sugar, send me for a sugar cream and do a go. You are Abraxas, Mayos, Adrepo, Adreto, Vesoton, Cameo, the Mayonanos or Gia, and you so catch Casabojadre, and the Fabana will be like Pepe, you hold on your critical when I am Bama do for playing Bama cow, when I will make the pool to put a guy. Oh, a kind, but you are kind, Manuva kind, Jamova kind, Zuba kind, Trova kind, Manuva kind, if you are kind, Manuva Tabaka kind, Great by the member had a dollar of a if you have so that you, I only knew that of Babo, or Capu, when you are going to play you are a job, but that Jomaku. I forgot what I mentioned for food home and Bedu, Kuku Quator for forming job, and no have a job, and you to I am a module to and quite a bit when you live, but over your two of women or American job, but they have to form a job, the angel, but I'll be fear. Job Pata, Metro Magbeda Molo, and if I believe. Jopata, I tell me you are missing a body to talk with them. Capabilities, Bulu, Ajima, or Bojukulo Roger, from Valentina from Valo, Jonah Tofu, a go Sapate Mayo, I think Mayo, Group of Mayor, Allah, fear, I may have found a Fabo Magis, people's preparators, so let me that party. May your colleague be making you come to Wolimedi, Dimedi, so many money, many Ablamedi, William made Sammy College to the Tula, let them make Chemin for me, but it checked Tula Mayo.
Club of Vicom, what I do, what I do, and I kept the chain, the Simon Plan, Mayoa Bochisa, Kamacho, we had the Kotokoli, don't call Kumaku, but on the lecture, or Frank Tamani, Film Promising Crowd, Coffee, Jabaku, Ocho Coffee, Ocho Coffee, Tramaya Cable, Melania, your Tomato, but Vodu to Torawe, as a pass at the Pino Hoto, Cosino Hoto, or Kerry, Yomia. Après, je vais vous dire que je vais vous dire que je vais vous dire que Facebook live. Mais je dis que je vais passer à pas. Je vais passer à la message be mono bu ngogbe yi be mono bu amayo le video le pore no jivi me we le so ndi mo so pore no de so me we le do di mo le do po no po do amayo le do wo do me le jije na do ne jeji na amayo we le do no ko di ba la menese me we le do le o ba la menese maji ono ji jiji la no ji ne khoro ba ne velo akpo. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I just pour libation to my ancestors as well as to the spirits that I work with to strengthen all your life through the week. They should open doors that are closing for you. They should bring happiness into people who are having a relationship problem, people who are having problem with their children, people who are having problem with their work and businesses, and the people who are having problem with the challenges with their health. May the ancestors all and the spirits that I work with help you to bring some relief into your life this week. Thank you very much, everybody. May the gods continue to be with you. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you, Baba.
Thank you. Yeah, I say I'm teaching you, and I didn't let me do that.